Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Firstly, let me thank you for taking the time to join us for our virtual Canada event this morning. We have a packed agenda, ranging from first look insights at new experiences from our travel partners, to conversations with our own Canada experts about their personal travels there. I know many of you will have had your holidays postponed or cancelled over the last year. Navigating through this pandemic has been extremely difficult for everyone, and I'd like to thank you, our customers, who have been so incredibly patient with our teams in our rebooking process. Despite the challenges that have come our way, I believe there are sunny days ahead as the world is beginning to prepare to open up for travel once again. While not every single country might be available to travel to this year, there is hope that holidays may slowly and cautiously begin to resume from summer onwards. We've all been dreaming of our next adventure during lockdown, the feeling of wanderlust or discovering somewhere new, of making memories with our nearest and dearest. We've all yearned for travel once again. And there's really no country that offers so much more scope for adventure and wanderlust than Canada. From its sprawling landscapes to its metropolitan cities, from its breathtaking coastal scenes to travelling on a once-in-a-lifetime trip through the Rockies. It's a destination which has so much to give and gives so much joy to its visitors. Our travel partners and experts will be taking you through the very best of Canada, showing you there's something for every single travel taste and style. Through the course of this event, our Barhead travel team will be on hand to answer any questions. You can get in touch with the team by contacting your local store. We know that now more than ever, it's really important that you can book your holiday with full confidence, and you know that your money you pay is protected. Booking your Canada trip with Barhead Travel means that we take care of absolutely everything for you. Our stress-free guarantee provides complete financial protection on every single holiday booked. Plus, you can enjoy flexible booking options that will allow you to amend your trip up to 6 weeks prior to departure. We're here to help you every step of the way. That includes before, during and after your holiday. Your Barhead travel specialist will be able to go through our guarantees and our flexible booking policies for your individual booking. For now, I'm delighted to hand you over to our very first session of the day, Conversations about Canada. A panel of our Barhead travel experts will share their favourite Canada experiences and answer your questions. I hope you enjoy the event and thank you once again for supporting Barhead Travel. Holidays are on the horizon, so keep dreaming, keep planning, and we will be taking you there very, very soon. Thank you.
When it's time to travel again, safely take a trip somewhere outside your ordinary. A journey beyond your own backyard. Where people you've just met say, "It's nice to see you." And make you feel like you're in the nicest place with the nicest people. Where the sights are as beautiful as the faces around you. Where the wildlife can get pretty wild. It becomes more than you ever expected. You can just be you, and that's all you need to be. And when you say goodbye, it's like saying bye to family. That's when you know. It's more than traveling. It's Canada, where it's always nice to see you.
at the door. I'm thirsty for more, for more, for more. That's me.
Okay, welcome everyone to Conversations About Canada. I'm Karen from Barhead Travel and I'm joined today by three of our most well-travelled Canada experts who are going to be sharing their own experiences about travelling through Canada, their highlights and some of their best memories. So let's just start by introducing everyone that we've got on the call today. So Karen, we've got two Karens. Karen Robertson Cree, let's start with you. Thanks for joining us, Karen.
Oh, thanks, Karen. Yeah, we're going to get confused here with the Karens. Karen Robertson Cree. I'm Product and Business Development Manager for Canada, which is a great job. It lets me go out and find the best products for you, our customers, and help, with our sales team. And I'll hand you over to Anne-Marie.
Hi everyone, I'm Anne-Marie and I'm the head of the sales specialist, Canada specialist at Barhead Travel. I'm lucky enough to have travelled all over Canada and my passion for destination landed me my dream job. Over to you, Michelle.
Hi everyone, my name is Michelle Holt and I'm one of the Canada specialists here at Barhead Travel. I've travelled to Canada many times. I absolutely love tailoring all of your holidays to suit exactly what you would like to do. I've got lots of enthusiasm for Canada. I love the area so much.
Thanks so much, everyone. Listen, I know you ladies absolutely live and breathe Canada, so I'm so excited to delve into your minds and your experiences and share with everyone what the best things to do are. So we do have loads of questions to get through. We've been inundated with questions from you, our customers, about the best things to do in Canada. But before we start, I just want to touch on, Canada is such a popular destination. It's proving really, really popular just now. It's definitely, I've noticed, in one of our top selling destinations over the past couple of months. So Karen, what do you think makes Canada so special? Why is it proving so popular just now? And what's attracting people to visit Canada?
So I think Canada it's just so diverse. As a country, it's actually, if you take the UK, you could fit 40 times the size of the UK. So that just gives you an idea of the size. Each province, working from east to west, just offers something different. Culture, festivals, amazing foods, lots of just different outdoor experiences, great city breaks. And, I think that it's because of, the wildlife as well, and there's just so much to see. It's easy to get to. There's, good flights from the UK, from all airports with great connections. It's a really safe I think I mentioned the outdoors. I mean, it's wide open spaces, which is what we're all, and you know, what we all crave. And yeah, I mean, it's got something for everyone. It ticks many boxes. It's on a lot of people's bucket lists. And, you know, myself, and I'm sure that Anne-Marie and Michelle agree, it's just got so much on offer to everyone. You know, I don't think I've ever met anybody that's been to Canada and said, I'll never go back. Most people will say, I have to go back, because it's, you know, so much to see, as I said.
And we're certainly seeing demand for those holidays that offer fresh air, the open experiences, outside experiences. I guess we've all been cooped up for the last year indoors, so we're craving fresh air and craving outdoor experiences. Anne-Marie or Michelle, do you think, and Karen's just said, people don't ever come back and say that they wouldn't go back to Canada? Is it a destination that people are going to time and time again, that they're maybe coming back and planning their next trips or recommending to friends and family as well?
Yeah,
definitely.
I mean, once you've been to one part of Canada, you just want to taste the other side of it. So people usually start off in the east, the Toronto, Niagara Falls section, and then up to the capital, Ottawa, and then maybe the following year they maybe do the west coast, which is the mountains, the lakes, the scenery is breathtaking. And even sometimes customers do both. They do east and west together, which is just amazing.
Yeah, multi-centres are quite popular, I think, yeah.
Yeah, and like Karen said, there's something for everyone, whether it be on your bucket list or a family holiday, or you're just looking for an outdoor adventure. It's got everything.
And Michelle, we do, and I know we sell a lot of cruises to Canada as well, so I guess you could combine that experience to get the best of both worlds too.
Yeah, definitely. One of the most popular trips that we do is obviously travelling through the Rockies, having a trip on board the Rocky Mountaineer, and then finishing with an Alaska cruise in Vancouver. They marry really well together because of the scenery, the experience, the food. You know, you've got the lakes and the mountains of the Rockies, and then you're going up to see the glaciers as you're travelling through the Rockies as well. And then when you're going on to Alaska cruise, you've got all the wonderful glaciers and the wildlife. So they all marry really well together.
And, you know, I think it's clear from the volume of questions that we've got in as well today that people are keen to book Canada, so it's definitely up there with one of the top destinations. So with that in mind, and with the amount of questions that we've got, I'm just going to dive straight into the questions, and then we'll maybe revisit a bit about your experiences and your favourite destinations and itineraries within Canada. So the first question we've got through, when is the best month to do the Toronto to Vancouver train journey? Karen, I'm hoping you can start us off with this one.
Yeah, of course. So, good question, because, you know, Canada is known for rail. I mean, Michelle mentioned the Rocky Mountaineer, which is the leisure service that travels through the Canadian Rockies between Banff, Jasper, Louise and Vancouver. But Via Rail is the rail network that runs right across Canada. And, you know, a lot of our customers will book various itineraries that will include the Via Rail portion. Now, the question was obviously specifically about Toronto to Vancouver. So, yes, I mean, you can do that. On the Canadian, you would board in Toronto, but because of the distance, it's actually going to take you 4 days to get across to the east. So it's
just shows you how vast a country it is.
I mean, that's the thing. I mean, you're talking about 3,000 miles, and it's 5,000 miles to fly from the UK to Canada. That sounds like a cue for a song, something about 5,000. Anyway, so I mean, it's great to do if you've got a lot of time and if you enjoy train travel. And you know, your stops along the way, you're going to sort of come out of Toronto and just sort of travel across. Coming out of Toronto, you'll then sort of hit Winnipeg, which is in Manitoba, Saskatchewan, Saskatoon. So, you know, you're going through a few of the provinces, then, you know, getting into northern Alberta, up in Edmonton and Jasper.
And Karen, could you, you know, it's such a mammoth rail journey, could you stop and start and pick up the train again and do it over a longer period?
Yeah, you can. I mean, you can do that, and some people do. But you know, I think, and you know, Michelle and Anne-Marie will correct me if I'm wrong, but most of our customers would, you know, as I say, unless you're a real rail buff, and I mean, it's fantastic. There's different levels of service on board. But you know, to go from Toronto and coming out of Ontario, you're hitting a lot of prairie land and flat land before you get into the, you know, the elevation of the Rockies. So what a lot of our customers will do will be perhaps fly from Toronto to, I think, as I mentioned, either Jasper or Edmonton, and then do the last portion by, you know, via rail. So it's a personal choice, but you know, the best month to do it, again, depends what you're maybe going to do before, you know, when you're in Toronto at the start or Vancouver at the end. So, you know, if you were going later on in this, you know, the summer season's probably sort of May through to September. So if you were going, you know, later in the year, you're going to get kind of fall colours, you know, to enjoy that. Summer months, again, you know, you can have great experiences in Toronto, around Ontario in the east, and then maybe go on the train. But, you know, time's precious if you're going on holiday. If you're only going for 2 weeks, do you want to be 4 days on a train? You know, but yeah.
Can
I mean,
I just,
you get,
the trains are very, very popular, and we do have a lot of train buffs that people go to Canada to experience the train. So there is a fantastic offer that we had put together with the Buy a Rail across Canada, and then getting into Jasper, getting off Jasper, doing the mountains, and then picking up the Rocky Mountaineer. So it's like two iconic trains together. So that's very, very popular as well.
I guess then just being mindful, like you said, Karen, like if you love trains, if you love spending time on the kind of like railway lines, and it's probably perfect, but you could have the best of both worlds, shorten that time down and take that flight.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. And you know, we mustn't forget, I mean, there's some other great rail journeys with Via Rail where if you're in Toronto and you want to travel up east and go all the way through to Atlantic Canada, you know, there's just so much. You know, as I said, it's a huge country with so much different options to choose from. But yeah, hopefully that's sort of answered a little bit of the question.
Brilliant, thanks, Karen. I've got another question about what would be your top 3 trips to do whilst in Vancouver, Banff and Toronto. So I guess we've briefly touched on some of those destinations, talking about the rail experiences. So Michelle, I'm going to start with you. What would be your recommendation for this one?
Okay, so in Toronto, I mean, there's some amazing things to see and do in Toronto. The CN Tower is fabulous. There's a beautiful restaurant at the top of the CN Tower, and that's really popular. You know, the views are spectacular. The other thing that's really popular with our clients as well from Toronto is doing a day trip down to Niagara Falls. You know, you don't necessarily need to go down and stay in Niagara, again, going on the time span, because there's so much to see and do. So there's a wonderful day trip that we organise, and it covers Niagara on the lake. You get to do the hornblower cruise, so you get your punch on, go into the falls. So that's a fabulous trip to do. It's got to be
interest, Michelle. How far is it from?
It's 2 hours, just under 2 hours. So it's, you know, the coach picks you up in the morning, and then you're in Niagara for 11 o'clock, and then you have all day to spend some time in Niagara, and then you come back to Toronto in the evening. So I mean, obviously it's lovely if you can go down and spend a few days in Toronto, but the day trip in Niagara, but the day trip is perfect. You know, if you're trying to squeeze in Toronto and then perhaps maybe taking the train across Canada, then you're getting to touch on a bit of Toronto, Niagara, and then going across on the train or flying across to the West Coast as well. And then going into Banff, it's got to be the Banff Gondola. I just loved taking the gondola car up the top of Sulphur Mountain. The views from up there are absolutely spectacular. And I've been so lucky enough to be there in summertime when it was so beautiful and you could see for miles. And then in early spring when it was snow-capped mountains, snow-capped. I mean, literally it was like, as if I stepped in a Christmas card. That's the only way I describe it to everyone. It was completely white, and the views,
Wow.
and it was like just Christmas trees everywhere and snow, and it was beautiful. So the views up there, that was wonderful. And Vancouver, the Capilano Suspension Bridge is certainly something wonderful to go and see. There's nowhere else like it in the world. And if you're brave enough to walk along the Capilano Bridge, then good on you, because I only went a few steps and then ran back because it was quite a bit of a drop.
Oh no, you'll need to go back and attempt it again, Michelle.
I have been a couple of times and still chickened out.
Oh, I know.
Anne Marie, what about you? What's your top experiences in these destinations?
Me, sorry.
What's your recommendations, Anne Marie, for
Sorry, Karen, you cut out there. Toronto for me is the city tour, which is amazing because Toronto as a city is absolutely amazing. It's so diverse with shopping and eating and all the different things you can do. The people are so friendly as well. So in terms of doing a wee bus tour, I think it's perfect. Over in Vancouver, my favourite thing that I did when I was in Vancouver was cycling round Stanley Park. It was amazing. It just gets you out and gets you to see the city and the area in a kind of different perspective. And they're kind of geared up for having cycles there, so it's very safe. And if you go around the sea wall at Stanley Park, it's stunning. It's a beautiful, stunning view. And in Banff for me would be a wildlife tour in the evening, which is amazing. It takes you out to see all the amazing wildlife that roam around freely in Banff. So there's so much to do, and just the mountain air when you're in the Rockies and you just breathe in the mountain air. It's just, honestly, it's so amazing.
Oh, it sounds amazing. And you know, there's just something so lovely about hiring a bike in a new city, isn't there? And just
I love it.
Something to be said for just getting out there and exploring, and you just come across things that you might not have come across if you'd been taking some other form of transport. So that's a great suggestion. And Karen, what about you? What's your top three?
Gosh, I mean, again, there's so much to choose from. I think so. For me, Vancouver. I mean, I just love Vancouver. I've been lucky enough to visit it many times. I actually have family over there, so that was the sort of driving sort of to, you know, when I was younger. But yeah, I mean, it's a very walkable city. It's a beautiful city to walk around from, you know, the harbour area where during the summer months, that's where all the cruise ships would come in that are heading, you know, for Alaska. So just to sort of walk around in the different neighbourhoods, you know, you've got Gastown, which is all very sort of old Vancouver, and, you know, to the more sort of trendier areas, Yaletown, where, you know, you're getting a lot of fantastic restaurants and galleries. I mean, the Canadian art it's amazing. Granville Island is a great place to go as well, you know, if you just want to relax and have some lunch, and, you know, it's got a fantastic food market. In fact, you can actually do there's some great foodie tours that you can do where you can, you know, you'll get taken around the market and you can sample, say, 6 different types of food. Loads of fresh fish out in the Vancouver area. So yeah, just to walk around the city, the different areas. Banff, I'm probably a bit like Michelle. I mean, I just like the views when you go up Sulphur Mountain on the Banff Gondola are just absolutely stunning. You know, on a clear day, it's amazing. But you've also got the hot springs as well. And, you know, Banff's probably known, I mean, the iconic Banff Springs Hotel, which looks like a big baronial castle. I mean, that's, even if you're not staying in there, it's just a lovely place to go into, and you walk around the grounds. Again, great views, you know, afternoon tea or cocktail, or, you know, just again, just beautiful mountain town, great sort of Banff Avenue. Toronto, again, just as, you know, Anne-Marie was saying, the city tour's great, or, you know, if you do the hop on, hop off, I think, you know, when our customers are going for a few days, we would always suggest do the hop on or the city tour, because if you do that at the start of your trip, you're then getting a feel for all the different neighbourhoods and go back and visit them. So
getting the lay of the land.
Yeah, exactly. And the shopping, I mean, Toronto's fabulous shopping. The Eaton Centre, that's Eaton, not Eating Centre. Fantastic. I mean, it's got over 200 shops, it's entertainment, loads of restaurants. And again, you know, whatever time of year you go, it's, you know, it's all covered over, so it's great. So
You've certainly sold me on
I could talk for hours.
I'm such a foodie, Karen, so you've sold me on Vancouver.
Yeah, Vancouver's fabulous for restaurants, absolutely.
Spoiled for choice.
And I guess, listen, we'll delve back into some of your favourite experiences a bit later on. Just moving on to the next question though. So we have actually had a couple of questions in about this, asking about what is the best place and time of year for the Husky adventures. Karen, do you want to?
I can take that. So, yeah, the Husky adventure trips, or like the dog sledding, I've been lucky enough to do that in Alberta, which is in the west. And I know that one of our partners from Travel Alberta, Lynn, will be talking, I think, a bit more about it as we get into the day. But Alberta, up in, you know, Banff National Park for the dog sledding is fantastic. I mean, it's all organised. You know, you can do sort of just short tours for, say, like about an hour and a half to 2 hours, or you can go out a bit longer, and you're with the guide. So, you know, even if you've never done it before, it's, you know, you sort of go on the back, they'll go behind you, and you just sort of, the dogs just take you across country, again, as we're talking about, you know, the fantastic outdoors, fresh air.
And is it scary?
It's quite, I mean, initially I think it's quite, you know, just to do that for the first time, yeah, you're feeling a bit apprehensive, but I think you get a bit of an adrenaline rush.
Yeah.
And I remember, I think the trip that I did was quite exciting, because we went and the area that we went through was what they call the Continental Divide, and that's where the province of British Columbia and Alberta sort of come together, so like the border, so to speak. And that was really exciting, because I think we, you know, got our photographs taken where we had 1 foot in British Columbia and 1 foot in Alberta. So, you know, 2 provinces in one day.
Brilliant.
So Alberta's great, but you can also, on the east of Canada, you know, in Quebec and Ontario, again, some great opportunities. So, you know, if any of our customers are interested, then obviously we can talk them through the different options.
Well, it sounds like a really exciting experience, and I'd love to hear more later, so I'm looking forward to hearing about that. Just moving on to the next question, is there an optimum side of the Rocky Mountaineer train to sit on that you can book in advance in order to view the best of the scenery? So, for example, when you travel along the lakeside. So, Michelle, I'm just going to turn to you for this question to get your thoughts on that. Any top tips as well?
Okay, the Rocky Mountaineer, all seats, they're all seats of 2, and they're all forward facing. You've got the silver leaf carriage and the gold leaf carriage. The windows, they're designed so that you've got the optimum view from silver leaf. You've got large picture windows. So you've got the lakes. To be honest, there's so many lakes in going through the Rockies. You've got them on the left side, you've got them on the right side. I've been lucky enough to travel on the Rocky Mountaineer, and I honestly didn't notice any difference from one side to the other. The great thing about being on the Rocky Mountaineer as well, it's very sociable. you can get up and you can wander around. So you're not sat at your seat for the whole day that you're on the train. A lot of people think, oh, I'm going to be sitting on a seat all day. No, you can get up and you can wander around. If you're traveling Gold Leaf, then you're seated upstairs in the Gold Leaf dome car. So you've got the full panoramic roof, glass window. You've also got access to an outdoor viewing vestibule, so you can go outside and stand. So if you've got something on the left-hand side or the right, you can move around and see it quite openly. You can't pre-book your seat on the Rocky Mountaineer. All seats are allocated, and that is your seat for the 2 days that you're on the train. You're given your seat number, and that is your seat. But like I say, I wouldn't dwell so much, oh, I'm going to miss something if I'm on the right side or on the left side, because there's ample opportunity for you to get up and have a look outside on both sides of the train.
So I guess it's just depending what experience you want, whether you want the silver leaf experience or whether you want to be up in the glass dome.
Yeah, of course. There is a difference between the silver leaf and the gold leaf, and we will explain that to all our clients, and go over all the differences, and obviously the difference in the cost as well between the two. But the great thing about the onboard hosts on the Rocky Mountaineer are absolutely fabulous. Yeah. They are all in, along the train. They're in continual talk through walkie-talkies, so nobody gets to miss the bears. If you see a bear, they'll say bears on the left side, and it filters all the way through the train, because they do have lookouts at the front of the train. So you will get to see, so everybody knows in ample time, look to the left, so everyone will look to the left, or look to the right, because the bears are there, or this, deer, or whatever type of wildlife is out and about. Hopefully we all want to see the grizzly bears. And the fabulous thing about on the train tracks, there is always ample opportunity to watch the bears, because they do come down looking for food and things like that along the track lines. So it is, everyone will get to see something as they're on the train. You won't miss it, I can assure you.
Just to pick up on that as well, Michelle, I mean, it's, as you were saying about the different service levels. So the great thing is for our, customers that are viewing today, we've got Hazel from Rocky Mountaineer is presenting a little bit later on as well. So, and I know that she's got some great videos to show our customers. So, again, just to reiterate everything Michelle said, they'll be able to actually see it and experience it almost virtually. So visualize what might be best for you.
And what I found on the Rocky Mountaineer as well, the staff are so knowledgeable. There's storytelling and that to tell you the history of the area. It's amazing.
They're wonderful. They so look after you. You're really well looked after. Silverleaf and Goldleaf clients, no one ever comes back and ever says, oh, I wish I'd went, I didn't want to go Gold Leaf. But a lot of Silverleaf clients will say, oh, I'm going to do it again, but next time I'm going for gold.
Going for gold. I guess they'll get a flavour of it later on when we speak with Hazel. So moving just back on to some wildlife questions. Karen, I'll move to you for this questions. Are there excursions anywhere to encounter the polar bears at all?
So polar bear viewing, polar bear viewing, I think, well, for all of us, wildlife, I think in the last few years we've all, I know I have taken more of a interest in, what's happening in the environment, and you can view polar bears in their natural habitat. In Canada, the place to go to would be Churchill in Manitoba. So if you think again of the, again, as I've mentioned, the size of Canada, so vast from east to west, Manitoba province is probably kind of in the middle. And the main city that you would fly into or access would be Winnipeg. And from Winnipeg, you would travel north up to Churchill. And it's just a very, very small town. And that's where, you would be able to see polar bears in their natural habitat. It's all organised. You can't just you wouldn't want to just sort of walk around,
looking for the bears unaccompanied.
The tours that we can organise. So, we can organise flights to take you out there, get you up to Churchill. And when you do the polar bear viewing, you go out and it's called a tundra buggy. which is like it's a vehicle with huge wheels, probably the height of, 5-6 foot high wheels, and you go in this buggy and it goes out onto the tundra, which is where you'll see the bears. And it's, it's a fantastic experience. I haven't been lucky enough to do it in the winter months when the bears were sort of easy to see. But what I was lucky enough to do it in that area as well, you're getting fantastic whale watching with the beluga whales, which are, they look like they're sort of whitish in colour, big smiley faces. So when we went up to do the beluga whale watching, we went up in a helicopter and flew around, and we could actually see some of the bears, in different areas. Yeah, that's the best place to do it, and it's a fantastic experience. It can be combined with a lot of our clients that have done it in the past would perhaps fly from the UK into Toronto for a few days, and then from Toronto you could fly to Winnipeg a night and then go up for 2 or 3 nights to do the bear viewing. It's very, very popular, and again, as you can imagine, it's not the sort of area, it's not mass market where you've got like hundreds of tourists going in. So because of that, it does get booked from each year as soon as it kind of goes on sale. Bookings can come in quite quickly, but it's an amazing experience.
It sounds like it's all very sympathetic with the environment and being very mindful and respectful of the wildlife.
Yeah,
as well.
absolutely.
Wonderful.
Absolutely, yeah.
Brilliant. So we've got a couple of questions looking for some advice on specifically travelling to Canada. So we have someone who's looking to travel to Canada hopefully next year, looking to travel from the East Coast across to the West Coast, and they're not sure whether to hire a camper van or a car or stop off on the way, so looking for some general advice. Anne-Marie, what would you say? What's your advice?
Well, bearing in mind that Canada is such a vast country, it's a big area, so it takes like 4 days on a train. So if you were going to do a car or a motorhome, you would really have to look at doing between 7 and 14 days. As you leave the East Coast, the cities, and into the prairie land, it's kind of flat in that kind of area. So we kind of would suggest that you would kind of stop off as you're going along. And it's not until you get into the West Coast where you see the scenery of the Rocky Mountains. So kind of in between is okay, but the cities are great, in between's okay, and then the mountains at the end of it. But it is a very long journey to do. But it'd be a bit of an adventure.
You and the team are around today as well for if anyone wants to get in touch with you to kind of speak about that in more detail.
Of course, yeah. I mean, I actually had a motorhome in the west coast of Canada. I was lucky enough to have hired one. So the experience is absolutely amazing. So if you're looking to do something like that, you want to chat about it more, please get in touch and I can give you lots of advice.
And Karen, were you going to?
Yeah, so I was just going to say that, as Anne-Marie said, to actually drive it is a lot, but if you wanted to, with a motorhome or a self-drive, you could easily, fly into Toronto as a gateway, hire a vehicle and tour around Ontario, Quebec, even up to Atlantic Canada. You could fly into Halifax, do it like so. You could do that, and then what you could do is for about a week, for example, and then you could fly from Toronto or Halifax or Montreal over to the west, either Calgary or Vancouver, and as Anne-Marie said when she did it, do the west. So, and in doing that, you're kind of cutting out, and you're giving yourself a bit of time, and you're getting the two, the two experiences as well. So,
because they're two totally different experiences, the east and the west.
That's right.
They're two totally different.
But you would see a lot, and again, for families, that would just be amazing.
Oh yeah.
You can see why people go back time and time again. It's just such a vast country with so much to do that it's difficult to do everything that you would like to do in the one trip if you're only taking 14 days. You can definitely see why there's such demand to return.
Yeah, because you want to enjoy your time when you're there. You don't want to be rushing it through. So yeah, that's why people do go back.
And another question, looking for some advice. What are the plans for trips to Canada this summer, including the Calgary Stampede? Just wondering about what the advice might be with regards to foreign travel this summer. And Marie, I'm going to turn back to you because I know you have been to the Calgary Stampede.
Yes, and I've got my Stetson with me today. Yeah.
Oh.
So this is the hat you get.
Just take a photograph of that.
So this is the hat you get, the Stetson, when you book the Calgary Stampede 2-day thrill package. So you can get into the swing of it. It's such an amazing experience. So at the moment, the Canada borders are closed until the end of April just now. And at the moment, we don't have any update of when they're going to open, but we are monitoring the situation. As it stands just now, the Calgary Stampede is still planned to go ahead. However, as the situation is quite fluid, as soon as we get any information, if it's going to change, we'll be contacting all our customers to ask them if they would like to rebook for 2022. A lot of our customers, to be honest, have already moved over to 2022 because they feel they'll get a better experience next year because obviously there'll be more out of the pandemic by then. So a lot of people have already opted to move to 2022 just now.
Yeah, I guess the situation is so fluid, as you say, Anne-Marie. But it's good to know that we're here to look after our customers, and we'll let everyone know what the situation is. But just to go on to, I guess, the Calgary Stampede experience, because whether you go this year or next year or the year after, I think I'd love to hear about your experience. Sounds so fun.
Well, Karen, you must go. Honestly, it's something for all the family. It's just something where you can go and get into character. All the cowboys and all the cowgirls. That as soon as you go into the city fort when the Stampede is on, it's electric. The whole city comes alive. The Calgary Stampede Park is about a 15-minute walk just outside the centre. It's not far, but you just follow the crowds because everybody's going there. Even all the Calgary people, they all go as well. It's a big family day out. And they've got all different, once you get into the park, you've got my favourite food, poutine, which is chips, cheese, and it's amazing. You must try it. And there's lots of other Canadian cuisine, which is amazing. And then we've got the afternoon rodeo, which is all the cowboys showing off their stunts, which is amazing. And then we have the evening chuck wagon races, again, just a bit of fun. It's a really big family day out, or just you can be a big kid again. Really, that's what it is.
It sounds great, Anne-Marie, and I'll definitely be coming to you for advice when I'm looking to come to the Calgary Stampede. Next question, what is the best time of year to go to Canada to travel on the Rocky Mountaineer, then on to Vancouver to cruise to Alaska? Michelle, I'll stop by at you because I know you've got a great experience on the Rocky Mountaineer, and we were just speaking about that earlier. What's your advice?
The season for the Rocky Mountaineer and the Alaska season is quite short. You know, if you want to do the cruise, it really is kind of end of April, beginning of May, and then finishes mid-September. There's not a good or a bad time to go. It depends on what you want out and what experience you want, because every month has a different feel to it and different changes in the scenery, the wildlife, you know, from springtime to the spring awakening. So the flowers, all the colours are starting to change, the snow's kind of thawing. So there's a lot of wildlife activity as it heads in. And then as you go on through the summer, the weather obviously gets a bit better, so the colours again change, it becomes more green. The snow's still up on the mountains, but down in the towns, it's a lot more green, it's a lot more lush, you know, so it depends what you want from it. Alaska obviously has the glaciers, you know, they're there, they're fabulous. The whales are there, you've got whale watching that you can do throughout the year. So it really, you know, I say to my clients, what do you want from this experience? Is it to see it when it's hot and sunny? Do you want to see it when it's still snowy and white and beautiful? You know, so it just really depends. There's not good or bad. As we say here, there's no such thing as bad weather, just bad clothes. So you dress up for the good weather, or dress, you know, or wrap up when it's a bit chilly. So it really depends on the individual. My personal, I love May and September. They're my two favourite months.
Well, it sounds like your best place, Michelle, to tell everyone, to explain to everyone what you can expect as well. So it's definitely something that if we've got clients looking to explore more, to get in touch with like Michelle and Anne-Marie to share their own experiences.
Okay.
A question, Anne-Marie, I'm going to come back to you, because I know you've travelled via motorhome and you have obviously been to Calgary. In your experience, and again, you might have a similar response to Michelle, what are the best months to travel by motorhome around Canada, specifically from Vancouver to Calgary?
Yeah, well, again, it comes down to what experience you would like to do. I think during the May time in the Rockies, some of the lakes can be still frozen because you're so high up in altitude. A lot of the lakes are still frozen until the end of May, sometimes the beginning of June. The month that I had taken the camper van was in September, which was an amazing month to take it because the salmon are coming upstream to spawn, which is an amazing sight to see. So we were actually really lucky to see that as well. And the thing is, the kind of bears are about a wee bit more in September because they're a bit hungry before they go into hibernation. So it's a kind of good time to kind of see the wildlife as well. But June, July is a good time as well. Obviously, it's the summer period. It is a bit busier, so you do have to pre-book your motorhome campsite at that time because it's busier. But I do know we have Catherine, who's going to do a fabulous presentation on motorhomes coming up, and Catherine will be able to tell you everything we need to know about the motorhome. But I've certainly did the motorhome, but Catherine's presentation is amazing.
Brilliant, thanks, Anne-Marie. A question about food. Is halal food available in Canada? Karen, perhaps you could shed some light.
Yeah, so I mean, certainly in all the major cities, without a doubt. I mean, Canada has, you know, such diverse cultures, and you know, food is the Canadians love their food, and you know, Toronto, for example, I mean, you can probably every different sort of fusion, I think, is that the right word? You know, you can find, you know, all sorts of restaurants and just, you know, fantastic sort of options. So I wouldn't think that it would, you know, it would be an issue to find somewhere to eat. And you know, there's obviously plenty sort of at the markets as well, and the stores. So yeah.
And is it something that our teams could help plan as well in advance and get in touch with the hotels or the?
Yeah, I mean, we could absolutely, you know, we can just, you know, check out if there's specific destinations that our clients are wanting to visit and they want us. I mean, that's the thing that, you know, we do. We've got, you know, we work directly with our partners in Canada, so there's always someone that can help answer a question. So, you know, whatever it is, and you know, in hotels, if there's any special requests, you know, I mean, tourism is huge for Canada, so you know, they'll go out their way to do anything just to try and help. So yeah, definitely.
Brilliant, really interesting question that's come through. Can you use a Canadian hire car to cross the border into the USA? are there fees to do that from one location to another? And would the car include breakdown cover? So interesting, someone's obviously looking to do that dual trip between the USA and Canada. What advice can we give? Michelle, can I pass that to you?
Yeah, of course. The thing with it, all our car hires that we include for our clients are all inclusive. So all insurances, even now zero excess is included as well. So we work really well with our Canadian partner and Avis in rental car, and the packages are fabulous. Yes, you can cross over to the US, but you can't drop off in the US. That's the only, in Canada and US, you need to bring the car back in to Canada. A one-way drop anywhere in Canada, yeah, or anywhere in the US, but you can't combine the two, unfortunately. It's quite a costly, exercise to do, and I don't think the car hire companies are quite happy to go down that road. So if people are going, or want to cross into the US, I mean, if, for example, if they're in Toronto, they go to Niagara and they perhaps maybe want to go over to New York State and drive around there, then we would obviously try and tailor it so that we can maybe do like a circle tour so that they can come back in maybe through Buffalo and come back in and drop the car off in Toronto. But unfortunately, just now, we can't drop the car off in New York, and it's just not, unfortunate. We would love to be able to do it, but it's not possible.
I guess there's options there, like you said, you start and stop in the same place, or whether, maybe just taking the car for part of the trip.
Yeah.
So I guess that there's different options available depending on what you want to do, but that was really interesting. Thanks, Michelle. And we are running out of time, so I just want to wrap a couple of questions into one for the last question. And we've just got a few people asking about recommendations in terms of who could travel to Canada. So, for example, would you recommend it for a honeymoon, and would you recommend Canada for a family holiday? So in terms of the honeymoon, Michelle, I'll stay with you first of all, and then Anne-Marie, I'll come to you to get your feedback on whether it's suitable for a family.
Canada is perfect it offers honeymooners the most romantic locations in the world, in my opinion, but obviously we love Canada. So for example, Fairmont Chateau Lake Louise, a beautiful property situated, the only property situated in Lake Louise. It's absolutely stunning. You could feel as if you're at the end of the world, it's just beautiful. This beautiful hotel, the lake, it's so romantic. You can dine by the lake with the Rockies in the background, so it offers so much for honeymooners. You can do the city, the food, the culture. I could go on and on and on talking about what Canada has to offer for honeymooners, but there's something to offer everyone. And mountains, lakes, even beaches, and down in Vancouver, there's along Stanley Park, there's some beautiful beaches as well. So it offers amazing opportunities for honeymooners.
I guess just touching on what we were speaking about earlier, it's a great opportunity if you're exploring some of the US as well. For example, New York, you could twin that with a Canada experience too.
Yes.
Which is great. I think that's an amazing itinerary. That would be phenomenal. Anne-Marie, what about families, specifically with maybe young children and teenagers? What are your thoughts there?
Yeah, well, certainly Canada, like I say, has got something to offer for everyone. The motorhome would be a great family adventure if they're looking to do off the beaten track and kind of just do a lot of outdoor things. The East Coast is great as well for kids. Obviously, you've got Dundas Square. There's a lot of outdoor shows. You've got the Wonderland, which is an outdoor kind of park area. And in the West Coast, you've obviously got zip lining, mountain climbing, canoeing, rafting. There's just so much to offer. So they will never be bored, let me tell you that.
You're going to keep them busy.
Plenty to do.
Brilliant, that's great to hear, and I'm sure a lot of families will be delighted to hear that. And just lastly, before we finish up, just to get a last word from everyone, we've all missed our trips, we've all missed our holidays, and judging by what you are saying today you have all missed Canada. So where is the first place that you are going to visit in Canada when we can travel again? Karen, we'll come to you first of all. Where's your first port of call in Canada?
Well, for me, for various reasons, it has to be Vancouver. One, to see the family, but also to just, as I said, wander the streets of Vancouver, soak up the fantastic atmosphere, and sit in Granville Island and have a nice gin and tonic staring up into the mountains.
Oh, sounds heavenly, sounds amazing. Anne-Marie, what about you? I know you said it was a tough one, but you have to choose. Where are you?
I think I'm going to choose Toronto. I think I need a kind of like a city break just to start me off. I think I'm just going to fly to Toronto, get into the vibe of the city, go around all the foodies, and there's amazing bars as well. So I'm just going to chill out for a couple of days and then maybe come back and see where else I'm going to go after that, I think.
Brilliant. And Michelle, what about you? Where are you heading?
It's such a tough one, but definitely going to do Vancouver so that I can sail back to Alaska on a cruise, because it's one of the most amazing experiences that anyone could ever do.
Brilliant. Wonderful. Well, that is all we've got time for, very sadly, because I was thoroughly enjoying our conversations about there. But thank you everyone for tuning in. Thank you to Karen, Anne-Marie and Michelle. And just to assure everyone, if you would like to speak to one of our lovely experts and find out more, we are available all day. Please do get in touch with your local branch. Thank you for joining, and we hope you enjoy the rest of the event.
Mm-hmm.
let's not forget that magic is still out there. Things have slowed down. The beauty of the world has not. Dream now. Experience it later. From mountains to rivers to oceans, nature is here, waiting for you. And when you are ready, we at Canadream will be ready for you. Travel safe with one of our motorhomes. For tomorrow belongs to the people who prepare for it today. Join us soon for an unforgettable experience.
Lynn, and I'm here to help you plan your next trip to Alberta, Canada. A year-round destination with something for everyone and over 300 days of sunshine each year. I'm here on behalf of all Alberta hotels, experiences and regions, and we're ready to welcome back travellers to discover our unique experiences, breathtaking landscapes and adventure playground this summer, autumn and winter. And believe me, it was worth the wait. Wildlife, one of the many reasons for you to visit, and you don't get much bigger than the bison. The largest mammals in North America, and here at Elk Island, the breeding programme ensures that they're being reintroduced across North America into their natural surroundings. However, other wildlife that roam freely can be bears, elk, moose, coyote, the migrating eagles, wolves, marmots, and a wide range of birds. Plenty more that I can't go into, but you'll be sure to spot them on your travels. Just half an hour from downtown Edmonton is Elk Island National Park, and this really is a must for most animal and nature lovers. Jasper National Park is the largest national park in Canada. It's UNESCO World Heritage Site and it's the world's second largest dark sky preserve. 4 hours west of Edmonton, you have several options of how to get there. Whether you take the train via rail, which comes from Vancouver and across from Edmonton, you could take Rocky Mountaineer in summer from Vancouver. You could do a self-drive holiday, or Sundog Tours can take you so that you don't have to worry about driving. Jasper should be on anyone's itinerary if you're looking for mountains to hike and see big wide open spaces. It's a small provincial mountain town which gets quite busy and popular in summer. However, it packs its punch with lots of independent restaurants and shops. And why not take a Jasper food tour where you get to go around several different restaurants in the evening, try their fare and also learn a bit of history about the town. Jasper Food Tours also offers Picnic, where you can go on a hike up one of the mountains and then have a lovely lunch prepared for you while you sit and take the view. Why not travel to the top of Whistler's Mountain? Go up on the Sky Tram for a bird's eye view of the town and then continue your hike up Whistler's Mountain from there. It's also a great wildlife opportunity. So why not take a wildlife tour where the guides will make sure that you get to see the best they can find and they know the spots to hang where the bears hang out. So go and see bear, elk, moose, deer. There's so much to see. As a dark sky preserve, make sure you don't go to bed too early because you really want to go and explore. You can either just take a walk and go and see what's available to the naked eye, or why not go to Jasper Planetarium at the Jasper Park Lodge site, where you can go and hear about the stories that used to be told by the North American natives about the stars, and then go out and use their telescopes with the guide of an astronomer to help you to see what you can see. Of course, winter skiing is a big thing, and Marmot Basin is the highest base elevation of any major ski resort in Canada. The long ski season going from November right through till May, with over 1,700 acres of terrain on 5 mountain faces, is about a 15-minute drive from downtown with shuttles that will take you back and forth. Definitely not one to be missed. With a host of other activities to do in winter, your decision is whether to cosy under the fleeces or why not go dog sledding and try your hand at mushing the pack. Heads up though, you do need to be ready to jump on the brakes when one decides to have a toilet break. It's a truly authentic Canadian experience. In winter, Maligne Canyon is transformed into a winter wonderland ice cave. You can enjoy a guided walk on the ice at the bottom of the canyon, and if you're feeling a little bit more adventurous, why not try ice climbing through with Rockaboo Adventures? Don't be scared about activity levels. The ice walk along the bottom is suitable for all age groups, and you'll have cleats put on your shoes and a guide to help you every step of the way. In summer, why not go on Maligne Lake and take a boat cruise out to Spirit Island? The best way to go and enjoy the scenery, see wildlife on the banks, and then come back and enjoy a lovely meal on the bank at the Wilderness Kitchen. Sundog Tours also offers lots of tours to see wildlife in this area, and spring and fall are the best time when you'll see the animals as close to the road as possible. Considered one of the best drives in the world, your journey between Jasper and Lake Louise in Banff will be along the Icefields Parkway, and it will include some of the highest peaks, glaciers, waterfalls and wildlife. Whilst you can drive this in about 3.5 hours, you actually want to take all day so that you get the chance to stop for a photo or a hike or check out the beautiful ice field. When you're booking the ice fields, make sure that you book it so that you can even use it as a transfer from Banff to Jasper. For a different perspective, why not take a helicopter tour just off the parkway with Rocky's Heli? But for a unique experience, you can stay at the Glacier View Lodge, and there you look straight out of your window directly onto the Athabasca Glacier. Also, you get the opportunity to explore the glacier and the skywalk when everyone else has left, so you truly do have an exclusive experience. Just off the Icefields Parkway in winter, there's still lots to see. The natural wonder of ice bubbles can be found. Take a tour with Pursuit Adventures and capture the perfect picture of the methane bubbles that are frozen deep within the ice. Or take a Rocky's Heli tour and go over the ice and the snowfield caps and get a real bird's eye view of how big the glaciers truly are. Banff and Lake Louise are in Banff National Park, which was the first national park in Canada. They're probably the most well-known parts of Alberta. Banff, a medium-sized town with all the amenities as the gateway to nature. Lake Louise, by contrast, a small village about 30 minutes beyond Banff, surrounded by the most awesome scenery. It takes about an hour and a half to get to Banff from Calgary, but they offer you some new experiences this year as people try and seek health and wellness through socially distancing in nature. Many of you will know the iconic Fairmont properties in Banff and Lake Louise, and they both were a true joy to stay in. Both the Banff Springs Hotel, which is their castle in the Rockies, and the Chateau Lake Louise, right on the banks of the lake, offer you very good accommodation with top rating. However, it's mountain wear and very comfortable from the moment you walk inside. Make sure you give yourself enough time to explore the properties, as there's museums to their heritage when they were Canadian Pacific Mountain hotels. There's always secret corners where you can curl up with a good book and enjoy just being in nature. Whilst the peak months of July and August can be popular, there is plenty of room for everyone to explore. Where you see trail posts at the side of the road, why not stop, get out of the car and just walk for a few minutes? And you're always bound to come across a special moment, whether it's some wildlife, a lake or just a view. So just get out of the car and go for a little walk, because I bet you won't be disappointed. My biggest tip to you would be get up high. Whether in Jasper that's going up the tramway, taking the Banff Gondola, or here the picture of Lake Louise where the ski hills open the gondola for summer. The ski hills in Lake Louise become a wildlife corridor in the summer, so you're not able to hike them. However, take the gondola and see the bears playing down below. If you really want to have a treat, why not take a helicopter tour over the mountains and glaciers? Getting up high really puts the scale of the mountains into perspective, gives you an amazing experience and makes you feel on top of the world. Banff Avenue is looking forward to welcoming you after COVID. However, please don't be scared that you're not going to get the proper experience. Banff has been open all last summer, just for locals rather than for international travellers. They have closed between Block 100 and 200 and made it pedestrianised through the summer, which means that there's more space for walking, there's outside dining, and it really is a lovely experience. They've been doing pedestrian work in Bear Street, and there are new food experiences as well, with lots of new restaurants and patios opening with mountain views. Also, new hotel called The Peaks, which is one to look out for. Completely renovated and brought up to today's standard. A gorgeous hotel right on the edge of the town. This winter, we're hoping that travellers will come to Banff to ski and enjoy our famous light Canadian snow. It's powder snow. You can't make a snowman with it, unfortunately, and you can't make a snowball, but it is fantastic skiing. So with the resorts opening at the beginning of November and carrying on till mid-May, you get the longest season. Buy your tri-area lift pass before you travel, and you get the chance to ski at Lake Louise, Banff Sunshine and Mount Norquay. Mount Norquay is just on the edge of Banff, a literally 5-minute transfer, whereas Sunshine is 20 minutes and Lake Louise about 45. However, if you're staying in Lake Louise, it's a 5-10 minute transfer to the ski lift and it's straight on the hills. If skiing's not for you, why not try snowshoeing or walk through Johnston Canyon? Also got Banff Gondola for a lovely meal and stargazing. You can have a sleigh ride and ice skating on Lake Louise, or just take a little walk outside and see the ice sculptures before having a hot chocolate in the Lakeview Lounge. This time of year is certainly fresh mountain air, gorgeous blue skies, relaxing and getting away from it all. Canmore and Kananaskis are probably a little less known. Canmore's just outside the park boundary, and it's a real local town. Maybe a bit like Jasper in many ways. If you go to Canmore, it's full of lots of wellness, good healthy living and plenty of places to walk and explore. In fact, a little known fact is there's more Olympians live in Canmore than anywhere else. It's 1 hour outside Calgary and it is a favourite. There's some great properties in Canmore, whether it's the new Malcolm Hotel right downtown, which is built with every room having a mountain and creek view. Or here, Mount Engadine Lodge, where not only do you have a lodge, but you have lovely glamping rooms outside where you can get away and enjoy your own space. Looking out over the meadow in summer, where you're bound to see wildlife all around you. Similarly, the Pomeroy Kananaskis Mountain Lodge is a resort hotel in Kananaskis, where again you're based in resort, but there's hiking, biking, waterfalls, all very easy to get to and straight from the hotel, as well as skiing and snowshoeing on your doorstep, and guides to give you everything you need. Make the most out of Canmore and Kananaskis with doing a private or very small group experience. You have Canmore float tours, and you have Active by Nature. You have Mohican Trails, which are showing you how Indigenous people used to use what was around them to make medicines and food. Also, why not get deep into the Rockies and go on a cave tour and go and explore the cave system underneath Canmore? There's plenty for everyone. So Edmonton's our capital and our cities certainly don't disappoint. Edmonton's in the centre of Alberta and it is home to Edmonton International Airport. Both Edmonton and Calgary are based on river valleys, but Edmonton is North America's largest urban parkland. It's a natural oasis right downtown. Shopping is a must-do in Alberta. With no provincial sales tax, it's the cheapest place to go. So you may need an extra bag to take away all your shopping, whether it's from West Edmonton Mall or from downtown core, or go across to White Avenue for some truly unique one-off shops. Edmonton and Alberta is full of agriculture, so Edmonton is securing its reputation as world-class cuisine. Go and take part in a prairie table dinner where you can go and meet people from all over the world and chat and talk and discuss with music going on and eating truly delicious, fresh, off-the-farm food. Calgary, many of you will know as a gateway into our province, so whether you arrive or depart from Calgary, there's always something to explore. I'd definitely suggest with either of our cities, why not do a 2-day add-on so you've got a chance to get to the grips with the city. Take a walking tour so you get to discover the neighbourhoods and get to scratch under the surface. Set between the prairies and the mountains, Calgary has a huge skyline and it's filled with character neighbourhoods, go along the winding river and through the green spaces. It has 1,000 kilometres of urban recreational pathway, which is the longest in the world. It is a destination for year-round. See the autumn colours, hear the crunch of snow, have the spring flowers, or picnic by the river in summer. Why not go up the Calgary Tower, where you can see the mountains on the horizon and all the land in between. There's also the +15 route, where through winter you can walk between buildings in glass tunnels whilst not going outside. Stroll across Peace Bridge or walk through the Statue of Wonderland here, and you'll see over 150 pieces of public art on display. Obviously, for most of you, Stampede is where you know Calgary from, and certainly every July the whole town comes to alive. Stampede this year is the 9th to 18th of July, and next year the 8th to 17th. It's a 10-day festival. You probably want a 3-day ticket, which you can buy direct from Barhead, and that will give you a chance to see the rodeo, explore the largest fun fair, take part in the music shows that are going on, the country show that goes on site, the Indian village, and also the evening entertainment. The whole of the city transforms, where you'll have pancake breakfasts in different towns and see bands playing in the morning, before at midday people head over to Stampede Park. Yeehaw! Obviously, RVs are very popular this year as well, with people wanting to be in charge of their own itinerary. I definitely think now more than ever there is plenty for people to do. Why not pick up an RV and be in charge of your own destiny? Certainly, Alberta has 6 UNESCO World Heritage Sites. Some of them are day trips that you can do from Calgary, such as Head Smashed In Buffalo Jump and Dinosaur Provincial Park. But why not take your RV and do a tour of the south? Writing on Stone is the newest national park, and this is full of rock art, the largest amount of rock art in North America. It's sacred ground for the Blackfoot people, and the river seeing in the background is where they used to send whiskey barrels down to escape prohibition when it was going on. So definitely worth a visit. Waterton Lakes National Park is a biosphere. It's a UNESCO World Heritage Site. It's an international peace site. I don't know what more I can say, but it's surrounded with wildlife, bears, wildflowers, and really is worth a visit. You can go across the border into Montana and do Route to the Sun, but why not take a boat tour down the lake and learn about its status as the first international peace park? Go and take a visit to Red Rock Canyon, or hike up a Bear Hump and take a view over the whole of the town site. Waterton is a place that is on the southern border with the States, but certainly isn't one you should miss off your itinerary. Dinosaur Provincial Park is a must-do for anyone with kids, but even those without kids, it's a truly amazing scenery. It's the best place you can go to find a dinosaur bone, but take a guided tour and the guides will tell you about all the history, but also show you things that you wouldn't see, like where a footprint has pressed the sediment down in the soil. It can be done as a day trip, as I said, from Calgary, or go through on your way to Cypress Hills National Park and explore the history of places like Medicine Hat. Castle Provincial Park is also a new park system to enjoy hiking and year-round activities, and you'll be able to see lots of wildlife such as bears, wolverines, cougars, bobcats, although some of them are a little shy. And then a little hidden gem. If you're taking a tour and you want to get a bit more off the beaten path, why not try Northern Alberta? Northern Alberta, which is still north of Edmonton, is a huge open wilderness, the great outdoors. You can go and visit prairies, lakes and mountain parks. The canoe trips, northern lights and wild bison are there to welcome you. So whether you fancy the thrill seekers of whitewater rafting with Blue Yonder, or whether you'd like to take a multi-day canoe trip and just escape and camp on the side of the lakes, there's something for everyone. Wood Buffalo National Park is even further north with the largest herd of bison. Why not take a float plane and go and stay in the cabins where you'll get to stay with locals and experience their lifestyle up close and personal. They truly are the most friendly people, and I'm sure it will be an experience you'll never forget. Thank you very much for listening, and I hope you can't wait to visit Alberta, because we can't wait to see you.
Hello, I'm Lisa Cooper.
And I'm Sarah Homestedo.
And we're here from DBC News to share our headlines from destination British Columbia. Our top story, British Columbia's iconic waterfront city, Vancouver, continues to develop its environmental efforts. Vancouver, located on British Columbia's western coastline, is surrounded by mountains and has over 22 kilometres of waterfront and over 230 parks. The home of Greenpeace, the city set the goal in 2011 to become the greenest city in the world by 2020. So what can we see in the city that supports this? As a hub for transport around the province, visitors can take ferries, planes and trains out of Vancouver to visit different areas of BC and Canada. Float planes or seaplanes offer amazing aerial views of BC's oceans, waterfalls and islands. Harbour Air, a local airline, runs flights across the province to Vancouver Island and Whistler and also offers scenic day tours. Recently, Harbour Air, North America's largest seaplane airline, successfully ran the world's first flight of an all-electric commercial aircraft flying 6 passengers, an historic flight signifying the start of the electric age. Vancouver's amazing location means it's within touching distance of all sorts of landscapes, desert, rainforests, mountains and more. In fact, the city itself has one of the largest urban tree canopies in the world, with over nearly 26% of tree cover.
Exploring the different areas of the city couldn't be easier or more environmentally friendly, with more than 50% of journeys in Vancouver being made by walking, biking or using public transport. Heading in from the Vancouver airport, SkyTrain links the airport to the downtown within 25 minutes. And as of 2000, Vancouver was the first city in North America to launch a hybrid taxi service, which is now one of the largest fleets in the world. With a great network of bike lanes, including a 9-kilometre beautiful seawall around Stanley Park. Stanley Park in downtown Vancouver is 1,001 acres and surrounded by ocean on 3 sides. By comparison, New York's Central Park is only 843 acres. Stanley Park is home to some of BC's oldest trees, the Vancouver Aquarium, as well as traditional First Nations art and totem poles. Canada Place and the other waterfront area of Vancouver's are located along the seawall, with lots of restaurants and cafes to enjoy a rest and watch the float planes and cruise ships come and go. The city's port is considered the gateway to Alaska as the closest port to Alaskan waters, with cruise ships traditionally running frequently between May and October. Since 2009, the Port of Vancouver has been running shore power. This initiative allows ships to shut down engines and connect to the electricity grid and has successfully eliminated 685 tonnes of air pollutants from cruise and container terminals.
But it's not just the Port of Vancouver. Many hotels are getting involved in making Vancouver one of the greenest cities in the world. Since 2005, the city has allowed urban beekeeping, which has led to some of the first hotel rooftop beehives in North America at the Fairmont Waterfront Hotel. As well as other mainstream environmental practices, hotels such as the Listle Hotel use the Ocean-Wise Seafood Programme at both of their restaurants, a sustainable fish conservation programme started by the Vancouver Aquarium in 2005.
Up next, we report on Whistler's amazing diversity as a 4-season mountain town. Whistler needs no introduction as a mecca for snow sports and a true winter wonderland. As North America's largest ski resort, it's a mountain playground with a glamorous yet adventurous soul. But even without a board or skis, there are lots of ways to enjoy the snow, both on and off the slopes. Via Lumina is Whistler's newest attraction, a beautiful multimedia night walk with an immersive light show set within the forest of Cougar Mountain and running in the evening when lights are their brightest. Another year-round attraction is the peak-to-peak gondola, travelling between the Whistler and Blackcomb Mountains. Riding the gondola gives you amazing 360-degree views of the village and surrounding lakes, glaciers and forests. Or, if you'd rather keep your feet on solid ground, then a dog sledding tour is a uniquely Canadian way to take in the wintry forest from the ground. As the snow starts to melt, there's much more to discover, with fun to be had in every season. Just beyond the comforts and cafes of Whistler Village, there are plenty of walking trails, ancient forests, award-winning golf courses, and a whole host of other activities to keep visitors busy. It's easy to grab a map and explore the Alpine Trails made accessible by all of the lifts into the mountains, and there are a variety of walks from short, family-friendly strolls to more advanced hikes in the Alpine. Wherever the path leads, you're never far away from wildlife and the opportunity to spot locals like chipmunks and marmots. Whistler even has a population of around 60 black bears, although these are definitely best seen on a viewing tour. In addition to its outdoor activities, Whistler also has cultural hotspots, with the Aldean Art Museum and Squamish-Lilwat Cultural Centre showing permanent collections of artwork, exhibitions and immersive Indigenous experiences. And throughout the year, there are other signature events that showcase Whistler's culture. Whistler Village Beer Festival and Cornucopia are two food and drink festivals that typically run in autumn with beer battles, foodie nights and culinary demonstrations.
In other news, wildlife has defied lockdowns with 2 new baby orcas born in 2020. J-Pod, a group of 24 resident orcas, welcomed 2 new babies at the end of last year. Based off the southern tip of Vancouver Island in the Salish Sea, the pod frequently travels the oceans between BC and the US state of Washington in search of salmon. The latest births, witnessed by surprised and very lucky guests on board a whale watching tour, brings the number of calves born within the southern resident clan to a total of 4 since 2019, a cause for big celebrations amongst the local communities. The provincial capital of British Columbia, Victoria, is one of the best places to go whale watching due to its proximity to the Salish Sea for the resident pods and hunting grounds for the transient orcas. Tours run from the pretty inner harbour of Victoria, also home to the Royal BC Museum and Parliament buildings, and from Fisherman's Wharf, a colourful floating pier only a 15-minute stroll from the inner harbour. Whale watching tours operate from around May to October, but many tours go year-round to spot other wildlife such as otters, sea lions and bald eagles. Victoria itself gets an average of just over 2,000 hours of sunshine a year, and so is a great to visit year-round, and home to Butchuck Gardens, which blooms all year round with flowering ornamental fruit trees, tulips and over 300,000 other flowering bulbs.
Elsewhere on Vancouver Island, there are lots of other wild experiences to be had. The Pacific Rim region is where Western Coastline meets the Pacific Ocean. It's home to one of BC's 7 national parks and 31 miles of beaches, including Chesterman Beach in Tofino, a 2.5-kilometre stretch of sand, a massive draw for surfers and water lovers alike. Tofino is a small town perfect for sampling delicious foodie experiences and delving into a rich arts and cultural scene, with plenty of festivals and galleries. It's also home of storm watching, and between November and February, watching enormous waves crash into the rocks is a spectacular sight, with some hotels even offering specific storm watching packages. The Pacific Rim region is also known for its ancient rainforest and marine life. In addition to orcas, you can see grey and humpback whales off the coast of Vancouver Island. And further north, you'll find the self-proclaimed salmon capital of the world, Campbell River. The town is located on a migration route for all 5 major species of Pacific salmon and has many year-round fishing options. You can even fish from Discovery Pier in the town centre and settle down in the evening with some fish and chips.
Speaking of the salmon, there are some big fans of salmon who are ready and waiting for a good meal, and that's the bears. British Columbia is home to some of the last remaining ecosystems that can support an amazing range of wildlife, including bears. Most frequently spotted across the province is the black bear, with the population here representing around 25% of the total found in North America. Then there is the commode or spirit bear, a subspecies of the black bear with only a small percentage containing a recessive gene which turns their fur white. Unique to British Columbia, the spirit bear is found nowhere else in the world. And not forgetting the grizzly bear, which is also found all across the province, but not on Vancouver Island. Bears are omnivores, eating berries and other plants, but they cannot resist a delicious salmon, and so higher populations are often found on the coastal regions of BC. The Great Bear Rainforest is one of those coastal areas. Stretching 400 kilometres along the central and northern coast of BC, it is vast, around the size of Ireland, and houses around a quarter of the world's coastal temperate rainforest. One of the top spots for bear viewing within this area is the remote Beluga Valley, where you can see grizzlies feasting on salmon. Those hoping to spot the spirit bear can catch a tour from the town of Klemtu within the Great Bear Rainforest. Traditionally, peak season runs from August to October, but spring is a great time to spot the grizzlies and their cute little cubs as they come out of hibernation. Looking for a wilder and more exclusive bear experience should head north along the BC coastline to the Kutsumateen Grizzly Sanctuary, Canada's first designated grizzly bear sanctuary in 1994. Covering 110 acres, the remote inlet is only accessible by water or air, only allowing limited access to a handful of licensed operators to protected areas during the season to view the 60 grizzlies or so on day trips or multi-trips. Further south in the Great Bear Rainforest are a small number of dedicated bear lodges dotted around in prime spots for bear viewing. Each lodge gives visitors a truly immersive experience, offering overnight stays in remote and spectacular locations. Typically, visitors will access the lodge by float plane or boat from northern Vancouver Island, and once there will have access to a whole host of amazing experiences. Bear viewing can be done in a variety of ways, from a boat on the water watching the bears on the shore, on foot as part of a small walking tour with a professional guide, or from well-located viewing platforms. One of these lodges is Night Inlet.
Night Inlet Lodge is just one example of a bear viewing property, a floating lodge on the coast of BC's mainland, but during the pandemic has been running a very unique programme. With no guests to look after, last year was a very different one for Night Inlet Lodge. They undertook a groundbreaking multi-year project to increase pink salmon numbers to rejuvenate the local ecosystem. With the support of Fisheries and Oceans Canada, the project went ahead despite the challenges of COVID-19, ensuring that lodge employees could continue working through the closure. COVID-19 wasn't the only challenge, as all phases of the project were created from scratch, including the water systems and tanks. Much of the equipment also had to be barged into Glendale Cove or flown in by float plane, a logistical minefield alone. But the hard work will all be worth it, as the survival rates for eggs spawned directly into the river can be lower than 5%. But this increases to over 80% when following the methods the team used last summer. During the last salmon run, the team at Night Inlet caught a total of 170 fish, hopefully resulting in approximately 40,000 additional fry migrating out of the spawning channel now in March 2021. Night Inlet Lodge spent over $250,000 on the project, with approximately 35 to 40% coming from guest environmental fees. So the great news is that each and every guest who has previously stayed at the lodge has contributed by helping to ensure the salmon and of course the bear population is healthy for many years to come.
News from BC's interior is that the Okanagan Valley will soon be home to the largest percentage of organic wines in the world. The Okanagan Valley is located between BC's coastline and the Rocky Mountains. It is the largest of 5 wine-producing regions in the province and a perfect stop for those travelling between BC and Alberta. Iconic wineries are working towards becoming fully certified as organic by the end of 2021. As their vineyards account for more than 10% of all vineyard acreage in BC, this will dramatically increase the percentage of organic wineries to compete on the world stage of organic wines. With over 300 wineries scattered across the province, the majority are in the Okanagan Valley. There are a whole host of inexpensive ways to explore the vineyards and, of course, without a car. Renting a bike is a great way to visit wineries, or by joining an organised tour, be this on a bus or a boat, and often include picnics so that you can take in the view of Lake Okanagan over lunch. And with a great selection of farmers markets and quality restaurants, the region is a perfect stop for foodies. As well as the winelands and lakes of the southern Thompson Okanagan, further north takes you towards the mountains and to the highest peak in Canada, in the Canadian Rockies, Mount Robson. The journey to the mountains takes you past Wells Gray's Provincial Park, a huge provincial park with 39 named waterfalls, including the dramatic Helmcken Falls, one of the highest in British Columbia. The landscape in this area is vast, and there are plenty of activities to try, such as kayaking, canoeing, as well as wildlife spotting, with moose, wolves, and eagles, all inhabitants of the area. Due to the location of Thompson Okanagan and the Okanagan Valley makes this the perfect stopping point on a road trip between Alberta's infamous sites such as Banff and Lake Louise and the coastal points in BC such as Whistler, Vancouver and Vancouver Island. Perfect ingredients for the very best Western Canada road trip. That's all from DBC News. I'm Lisa.
And I'm Sarah.
Thank you for watching.
when it's time to travel again, safely take a trip somewhere outside your ordinary. A journey beyond your own backyard, where people you've just met say, "It's nice to see you," and make you feel like you're in the nicest place with the nicest people, where the sights are as beautiful as the faces around you, where the wildlife can get pretty wild. It becomes more than you ever expected. You can just be you, and that's all you need to be. And when you say goodbye, it's like saying bye to family. That's when you know. It's more than traveling. It's Canada, where it's always nice to see you.
Hello everyone, I'm Hazel Mansell, National Sales Manager for Rocky Mountaineer in the UK, and I'm delighted to have this opportunity to talk to you about the award-winning Rocky Mountaineer as part of Barhead Travel's Canada event. Rocky Mountaineer offers luxury train journeys that showcase some of the most spectacular scenery North America has to offer. Our trains travel only during the day from April through to October, and we've been welcoming guests from around the world for over 30 years. We're a must-do travel experience, offering unparalleled journeys in our spacious Gladstone coaches, thanks to the incredible scenery, delicious cuisine, attentive service and a friendly social atmosphere on board. Firstly, let's have a look at the rail routes. Rocky Mountaineer offer 4 different rail routes, 3 that connect Vancouver to the Canadian Rockies towns of Banff, Lake Louise and Jasper in Western Canada, along with a 4th route that we recently launched that travels between Denver, Colorado and Moab, Utah in the United States. And as this is a Canada event, we'll focus on our 3 Canadian routes. Each Rocky Mountaineer rail journey operates east or westbound, so that gives you flexibility with your travel plans and can be combined with local tours and extended stays to explore even more of the destinations. Vancouver is our home base and the city to begin or end your journey on every Rocky Mountaineer route. With a backdrop of mountains, glistening ocean waters, Vancouver offers everything visitors would expect from a world-class city. Along with beautiful beaches, a variety of activities, along with many dining and shopping options, it's easy to see why this is one of Canada's top destinations. And if you haven't visited Vancouver before, I thoroughly recommend you include at least 3 nights stay when you're creating your dream holiday to Western Canada. It's also a very popular cruise port where you can cruise to Alaska, and as you can see from this image here, the actual cruise port is very accessible in the downtown area, so perfect if you're combining that cruise to Alaska with your Rocky Mountaineer holiday. Firstly, we'll look at First Passage to the West, which is travelling from Vancouver to Lake Louise and Banff. This is a 2-day rail journey and our most popular route and the only passenger rail service on the historic Canadian Pacific Track. It's famous for uniting the country and connecting British Columbia to Canada over 130 years ago. It's steeped in history. This stunning route travels past key spots in history, including the spiral tunnels, as well as the celebrated last spike of the Canadian Pacific Railway. You'll witness mountains and wilderness, much of it seemingly unchanged since the days of the first explorers. After an exciting first day on the train, your overnight hotel stay will be in Kamloops, which is a riverside city in the interior of British Columbia. There's lots of great restaurants to choose from, many great pubs and lovely parks to walk through after your day on the train. On our First Passage to the West route, you can choose to begin or end your journey with Rocky Mountaineer in Lake Louise, just outside of Banff. This stunning turquoise lake is set against a backdrop of rugged peaks and glaciers and is one of the most pristine and most photographed lakes in the world. You can hike around the waters of Lake Louise or up into the mountains, or visit the famous Fairmont Chateau Lake Louise Hotel and enjoy a cocktail while soaking in this spectacular view. It's certainly a must-see when visiting the Canadian Rockies. Then if you've chosen to begin or end your Rocky Mountaineer journey in Banff, then this is the town that many people think of when they picture the Canadian Rockies. It's Canada's first UNESCO protected park. This picturesque resort town with its mineral hot springs and a backdrop of rugged mountains makes Banff a popular tourist hotspot. So let's have a look at our route video.
As the vibrancy of Vancouver slowly evaporates in the distance, the majestic coast mountains rise up to greet you. And you find yourself on a historic journey that retraces the route of the great 19th century explorers. Let your imagination travel along with the first pioneers, across rushing rivers, through magnificent canyons, alongside sheer rock faces, but with the unparalleled luxury and service the early explorers could never dream of. Marvel in awe as you cut through ancient gray-green volcanic rocks that are 200 million years old. Well, give or take a million. Now you find yourself back in 1885 at Craigellachie, the famous site of the last spike, where Canada's east and west were finally united by 3,200 kilometers of track. With vivid historic imagery still in your mind, the awe-inspiring natural beauty continues to unfold before your eyes. Like those who came before you, your journey follows the Kicking Horse River deep into the breathtaking Canadian Rockies. here's your chance to bring out your inner landscape photographer. Next up, the legendary spiral tunnels, which opened in 1909. Twist your way through the engineering marvel that proved to be the most difficult terrain to break on Canada's railroad. By now, you're as steeped in history as the vertical drops of the magnificent mountains you pass by. Postcard images continue to appear around every bend until eventually, world-famous Banff comes into view, and you're left wondering how it's possible to travel both forwards and backwards in time. The first passage to the west. Now, who says you can't travel through time?
Our second two-day rail journey is called Journey Through the Clouds, from Vancouver to Jasper, also with an overnight hotel stay in Kamloops. You'll travel through scenic valleys, along the mighty Fraser River, through Hell's Gate and past the magnificent Pyramid Falls. And one of the great benefits about travelling by train is accessibility. You're really immersed in the region that you're travelling through. This route also features the majestic Mount Robson, the highest peak in the Canadian Rockies. Jasper is the largest national park in the Canadian Rockies. It's a quiet, charming mountain town, so a little bit smaller than Banff, but it's filled with wildlife, incredible scenery and adventure. And quite often when I've been in Jasper, I've been lucky enough to see elk just happily meandering through the town, minding their own business. Jasper is also the ideal location for those seeking some wilderness before or after their Rocky Mountaineer journey. So let's have a look at our route video.
You've enjoyed all that Vancouver has to offer. Now prepare to be transported to a world like no other. Of magnificent coastal mountains, vibrant canyons, daring whitewater rapids, and surreal desert landscapes. As you travel side by side with the Fraser River, Canada's largest salmon run, you'll begin to feel the enormity of our land. Then you're sweeping northbound, deciding whether to focus on the scenery or the world-class cuisine. Pyramid Falls astonish. A glacier-fed creek tumbling out of a hanging valley, then spectacularly dropping 300 feet to join the Thompson River below. This is glacier country too, so enjoy nature's majestic wonders at your own leisurely pace. And then, the pinnacle. At 3,954 meters, Mount Robson is the highest peak in the Canadian Rockies and is fondly known by mountain climbers as the Great White Fright. At Moose Lake, maybe you'll catch sight of an actual moose, or a wolf, bighorn sheep, or a grizzly bear. In 1911, when the Grand Trunk Pacific Railway reached mile 112, a community was born. Now it's your turn to explore charming Jasper. A journey through the clouds. Conquer the highest peaks in the Canadian Rockies and confirm what you've always known. It's anything but lonely at the top.
Our third route in the Canadian Rockies is called Rainforest to Gold Rush. This is a 3-day rail journey from Vancouver to Jasper with 2 overnight hotel stays, one in Whistler and one in Quesnel. It goes from one extreme to another as the route traverses the world's largest temperate rainforest, with its scattered islands, fjords and ancient cedars and towering peaks, linking to the arid ranchlands of the historic Caribou Gold Rush region. So whilst there's no gold left there now, the area is still rich in its natural beauty. Travelling in the direction from Vancouver to Jasper, your first overnight hotel stay will be in Whistler, home of the 2010 Olympic Winter Games. Whistler is not only a premier ski resort, it offers just as much excitement in the summer. It's really boomed into a culture capital of outdoor activities, art galleries, top-rated restaurants, luxurious spas and much more. On our Rainforest Gold Rush route, your second overnight hotel stay is in a town called Quesnel. Originally an old mining town, Quesnel has kept its old-time charm as it's grown into an enchanting city in the north of the region. So let's have a look at the route video.
Saying goodbye to Vancouver isn't quite so hard when you discover what lies ahead. Some of the most breathtaking and varied scenery by rail anywhere in the world. There's a reason they say sea to sky. As you hug the sparkling shoreline, slowly gaining elevation to resplendent mountain peaks. As you approach Whistler, listen carefully as the marmots that gave this world-class resort its name welcome you. Made famous during the 2010 Olympics, the spirit of the Games lives on in this vibrant mountain town. Past emerald lakes, through coastal rainforests, you approach desert landscapes, and the spirit of the gold rush comes back to life. Next, snake your way through the Fraser Canyon. Here in the mid-1800s, over 10,000 miners and untold hangers-on populated its towns. As you wind through stunning canyons, take time to admire the view as you enjoy our world-class cuisine. Ever heard of a mountain so high it has its own weather system at the summit? Welcome to Mount Robson. At 3,954 meters, it's the highest peak in the Canadian Rockies. And finally, Journey's End, the historic town of Jasper, populated by friendly people and countless elk. From rainforest to gold rush, a transformation in beauty, and maybe yourself.
And if you can't decide between the three routes that we offer in Western Canada, then why not choose a circle journey and combine two of our rail routes to enjoy more days on board Rocky Mountaineer? Now let's look at the levels of service that we offer on board. We offer two different levels of service, Silver Leaf service and Gold Leaf service. Both come with friendly hosts, gourmet breakfasts and lunches, and endlessly amazing views. Our custom designed coaches provide you with panoramic views, or you can get a little bit closer by stepping into the outdoor viewing area. We offer locally inspired cuisine from Fraser River salmon to wines from the Okanagan Valley in the interior of British Columbia. We just love delighting our guests with our West Coast inspired cuisine. You'll also enjoy complimentary alcoholic and non-alcoholic beverages and snacks throughout your journey. From the moment you step foot on board, our hosts will go above and beyond to make your journey as comfortable as it is unforgettable. From refilling your wine glass to sharing stories about the history of the tracks and also helping you spot some wildlife. Our hosts are dedicated to making your onboard experience as memorable as the scenery is outside. And remember, we're an all-day light train, so you enjoy the sights by day and sleep in a hotel at night. With Rocky Mountaineer, you get the best of both worlds, maximum views and maximum comfort. And also your luggage is delivered straight to your overnight hotel, if that's in Kamloops, Whistler or Quesnel, depending on which route you choose. Firstly, let's have a look at our Silverleaf service. Our Silverleaf service is a custom designed single level glass dome coach with oversized glass dome windows providing great views of the epic scenery as it unfolds outside. I'd now like to share our Silverleaf service video with you. hope you enjoyed our Silver Leaf Service video, so let's have a look at our Gold Leaf Service. Our Gold Leaf Service is our most popular level of service. Our custom designed bi-level glass dome coaches offer our guests panoramic views from the spacious seating area on the upper level, whilst guests enjoy meals in the lower level dining area. A spiral staircase connects both levels, and if you or your travel companion require mobility support, our Gold Leaf Service coaches have an elevator which connects both levels. Just let us know in advance if you require any additional support like wheelchair or elevator access. I'd now like to share our Gold Leaf Service video. I hope you enjoyed our look at both levels of service and can really picture yourself on board. We've looked at the routes that we offer along with our levels of service, so let's talk about when to travel. And that's a really popular question that we're asked many times, is when is the right time to travel? And really any time is the perfect time to travel on board Rocky Mountaineer, as all seasons from April through to October are beautiful in their own right. In springtime, you'll see the evidence of the last bits of winter and the snow-capped mountain peaks and ice breaking over the lakes. And you may even be lucky to spot a bear coming out of hibernation, and who knows, they may even have some cubs with them, and that's a really special sight to see. Summertime boasts long warm days with the landscapes in full bloom, along with baby animals dotting the landscapes. The Canadian Rockies are really popular at this time of year, so be sure to book well in advance. And also, if you're planning to include a cruise to Alaska, then this is the perfect time for you. With shorter days, autumn travel features some of the most beautiful sunsets and sunrises of the season. The animals forage through the wilderness in preparation for the coming winter, and it's also a time to catch the salmon run, which starts around the middle of September. We've created a range of holiday packages with sightseeing tours before, during and after your Rocky Mountain rail journey. We've partnered with the best tour operators to offer a variety of unforgettable activities, such as a scenic gondola ride in Banff, where you'll ascend Sulphur Mountain and get a bird's eye view of 6 stunning mountain ranges from its summit. Then there's the Icefields Parkway Tour, where you'll visit the Athabasca Glacier in a giant ice explorer vehicle, as you can see from this image here. Both are truly spectacular experiences. And if you're planning to travel with us in 2022, we have our All Aboard promotion. Book a qualifying package of 8 days or more and we'll give you 4 free perks. That's 2 hotel nights, 1 airport transfer and 1 dinner. To take advantage of this excellent offer, book by the 27th of August. Also, Barhead Travel can tailor-make your dream holiday to Western Canada with Rocky Mountaineer, and as many of the team have travelled on board with us, they have first-hand knowledge and can share their experience as they create your perfect holiday. You may be planning to include a cruise to Alaska as part of your holiday to Western Canada, and this is a perfect complement to a Rocky Mountaineer rail journey. Vancouver being the home port for many cruises to Alaska makes it easy to seamlessly pair the rail experience with an ocean-going one. And as Barhead Travel work with a variety of cruise lines, they can create your dream rail and cruise holiday. And if you're planning to book a balcony cabin, this is a perfect match to our Gold Leaf service, so be sure to ask Barhead Travel for their latest special offers. I hope you enjoyed my presentation and it's inspired you to include Rocky Mountaineer in your future travel plans to Western Canada. Thank you for joining me today, and we look forward to welcoming you on board.
Right, hello everyone and welcome to my Holland America Line Alaska presentation. So today I'm going to talk to you a little bit about Holland America Line, but also give you an update and give you a bit of an insight into Alaska and why we're so great and good at doing departures in Alaska. So my name is Lucy Harris and I'm Business Development Manager for Holland America Line. I've worked for Holland America Line for 5.5 years now. I've been very fortunate to do quite a few cruises and different voyages with our brand. I've shared some pictures here of me in Alaska and me with our mascot moose called McKinley in his little Holland America Line t-shirt there in the middle as well. So hopefully I'll be able to inspire you a little bit today to book your next cruise to Canada and Alaska with Holland America Line. So Holland America Line, just to give you an overview of the brand in general before I go a little bit more into destination, is a 5-star cruise line. So we're part of Carnival Corporation, our sister brands being Princess Cruises, P&O, Cunard, Seabourn, and also Carnival, Aida and Costa. So we do have an office in the UK. Our head office is actually in Seattle, which is where a lot of our team works. So we're quite a small team here in the UK, but we do have offices also in Rotterdam, in Sydney. So we have a mix of guests on board from all different nationalities, which makes for quite a nice atmosphere to be able to meet lots of different kinds of people when you're on board. We have mid-sized ships and we say that they're spacious and elegant. So the biggest ship that we have in the fleet is just over 2,600 guests on board. And then we have some smaller ships, which are around 1,400. So they're all still classed as mid-sized. And what you'll find on board all of our ships is that there's a lot of space per guest. We have lots of balconies on some of the newer ships as well. So 8 out of 10 ships in the fleet have 70% balcony staterooms and above. So it means that if you want to go to one of those higher grades of stateroom, you're not going to be paying quite as high of a premium to get one of those. And most of our guests tend to want those outside and balcony rooms anyway. We offer gracious award-winning service. So we have an academy in the Philippines and in Indonesia, and that's where all of our staff are trained. The staff are absolutely amazing and they make every effort to remember your favourite drink if you're going to a favourite bar consistently, and they'll say hello to you and give you lovely greetings when you're on board as well. We also offer sophisticated 5-star dining. I'll talk to you a little bit more about some of the dining choices available on board in a moment, but I am biased, but not even just being biased. I think the food on Holland America Line is one of the best, and all cruise line food is absolutely amazing. I think that's why all of us can't wait to get back on board our ships. We have extensive activities and enrichment programs and also worldwide itineraries. I'd say these kind of go hand in hand for Holland America Line, because what we're very good at on board, for those of you that haven't sailed with us before, is bringing to life the destination on board. So everywhere that we go, it's all about destination immersion. We do go to all 7 continents, so we go absolutely everywhere. In all of those destinations, we really bring the destination to life on board the ship. Not only when you're going out to explore the different ports, you'll have that experience whilst you're on board as well. So we use lots of different regional cuisine. We bring lots of local entertainment and things on board the ship as well. So you're really able to immerse yourself in the various different cultures that you're experiencing. What you'll find with our itineraries, and like I said, we go to all 7 continents, is that we're very good at doing lots of long days and overnights in port. And our itineraries are really well thought out, so that if you've got a really busy day one day in Rome for a whole day, as an example, the next day you might then have a shorter day in the next port, so that you're able to really experience those destinations to the best that you can on your holiday, rather than coming back off your holiday and feeling like you need another holiday just because you've been so busy doing all those different things on board. So obviously today for the Canada event, I wanted to speak to you more specifically about Alaska and why Holland America Line is so great in Alaska. So we have this different logo here, as you can see in the top left, which says that we are Alaska. And that is because we are the best in Alaska. I won't let anyone tell us otherwise. So we have got loads of experience there. And hopefully, as I go through the next few slides and talk to you about what it is that we do there, you'll come to understand why we do have this branding and say that we are Alaska. So Holland America Line have 10 ships in total, as I think I've already mentioned. We have 6 of those in Alaska from May to September. So that in itself demonstrates what a key product it is for us, that we have so many of our ships in the one place and rely so much on that destination. So we do departure ports in Vancouver. So we do 2 weekly round trip Vancouver departures on a Wednesday and on a Saturday. We also do 2 weekly departures from Seattle that are round trip. So they're a Wednesday and a Sunday. And then we do one-way departures from Whittier and Anchorage down to Vancouver, which you can either do as the one-way journeys or you can combine with land ports as well, which I'll tell you a little bit about in a moment. So lots of weekend departures available In the UK, we tend to sell most of the Vancouver round trip departures because they're amazing to package with rocky tours. And that's what Barrhead are great at. And that's one of the packages that I've got to show you as we get a little bit further into the presentation as well. So I'm just going to show a quick video.
There's something cleansing about being in nature, being in a place that is on such a massive scale. There's a reset button.
Alaska has a rich history. People came here from all over the world, and that sense of adventure, not knowing really what they were going to find.
My favorite part is seeing it through the guest eyes, watching them just light up.
It gets you excited again. It makes you realize, oh, hey, this is why I'm doing this.
It's our modern day gold rush.
Being with Holland America Line creates this connection with my guest.
They really are experts in travel.
You feel like you're a part of Alaska. It's just a different feeling here than anywhere else.
By land,
by sea,
by experts.
We are Alaska.
I love that video, and I'm sure if all of you are watching a lot of different virtual events and things at the moment, doing these presentations really makes me want to go on holiday. I just can't wait to go away again, especially to places like Alaska. It's just amazing. So as I mentioned, we have 6 ships in Alaska in the summer months. So in 2022, we are on sale and we have 6 ships there in the summer. We'll have 23 on sale fairly soon, but at the moment, 22 is booking really well. Lots of people wanting to go away. I think because there'll be nearly 2 years then of people not being able to go on our Alaska cruises. So proving really popular already. So if you want to go, it's definitely worth booking now while the availability is still there. So we offer more itinerary options with Glacier Bay National Park and Preserve than any other cruise line. We have award-winning shore excursions, spacious ships, which, as I mentioned, we say are mid-sized, but they're perfectly sized to take you closer to a lot of the different places in Alaska. So you can get further into ports. Obviously, the bigger the ship, the less able you are to go to lots of different destinations and get into some of those smaller areas and glaciers. We have lots of Alaska-themed entertainment on board. So I mentioned that we're very good at a destination immersion on board all of our voyages, but in Alaska, that's something that we're particularly good at. So we have National Park Service rangers that will be sailing on board, as well as onboard naturalists, not to be confused with naturists. So they're going to be on board guiding you through everything that you're seeing. So all of the amazing nature with the glaciers, they'll be talking to you about that and pointing to you where on the ship you can get the best viewpoints. If you go to some of the wildlife talks with the naturalists, you can then actually go off the side of the ship and be on the deck trying to spot whales and porpoises with them as well. We'll have a Huna Totem member on board as well. And when you're doing your Glacier Bay cruising day, the National Park Service Ranger will be out there then giving you all of the information and doing announcements in terms of best viewpoints on the ship. As I mentioned, lots of amazing different tours available in all of our different ports. So whale watching is one of the really popular ones. And if you're going to Alaska, I really recommend booking that one up as soon as you can because it is so popular. But then we also have helicopter tours, dog sledding. There's loads of different things that you can do. So definitely have a look at the different opportunities in the various ports that we visit. I mentioned Glacier Bay, so we have more visits there than any other cruise line. Not all of our cruises do go to Glacier Bay though, because there are other glaciers in Alaska, although Glacier Bay does seem to be the one that most people have heard of and know about. But every Alaska cruise that we offer will have at least one glacier visit. So Hubbard Glacier is actually the biggest in Alaska, and that's the one that I saw when I went on an Alaska cruise actually. But it is absolutely amazing, and I think all of them are amazing. So it doesn't matter too much what one you see, but Glacier Bay, as I mentioned, does seem to be one of the more popular ones that guests want to visit. But we have wraparound teak decks on board, so that enables you to be able to walk around the perimeter of the ship. Obviously, having a balcony is great when you're in Alaska so that you can sit out on the balcony and view all of the incredible scenery and the glaciers. And you're there for quite a long time. So if there is mist when you first arrive, then it gives you the opportunity to see it lift and then get better viewpoints. But it's so deadly quiet that you can actually hear them carving and things as well. It's just amazing. So this is one of the highlights of an Alaska cruise for most guests. So in terms of the ships that we have out in Alaska, we're thrilled that we've got the Koningsdam joining the Alaska program in 2022. So she'll be replacing the New Amsterdam that's been doing the Saturday Vancouver departure for the last few years. The Koningsdam is one of our pinnacle ships, which is one of our newer classes of ships. So she was built in 2016, but she's got more balconies and things on board and a couple of extra stateroom grades. So we do have single ocean view staterooms on this ship, as well as 5-berth ocean view staterooms for slightly bigger families. But there's some more music entertainment options and a couple of extra dining venues that I'll talk to you about in a moment. But the Koningsdam's inspired by music. So her design has lots of fluid lines. The atrium actually looks a little bit like a harp. And there's lots of amazing live music venues in the evening that you can go and enjoy after a day exploring Alaska. So stateroom amenities that we have in all of our staterooms on all of our ships. You've got complimentary 24-hour in-room dining, as well as all of the amazing food that's available throughout the ship. Daily housekeeping and a nightly turn-down service. Complimentary fresh fruit and shoe shine service. And then we use Elemis Aroma Pure bath amenities in all of the staterooms. And you've got deluxe bathrobes and some very comfy beds. So we have a signature Mariner's Dream bed, and they are super comfy. I can vouch for that. And then if you wanted to upgrade to one of our suites, so the Neptune and Pinnacle suites also offer as extra Bose Bluetooth enabled SoundLink speaker, so that you can put your iPod or your iPhone in and listen to your own music. You can get mimosas with your in-suite breakfast, an expanded line of the Elemis amenities, and then you've also got an in-suite coffee and espresso machine in the staterooms then as well. You would also have access to the Neptune Lounge, which is a concierge lounge exclusively for guests that stay in there. So rather than having to go to the front desk for anything that you need to ask anyone, you can just go in there and have a coffee and relax and speak to the concierge service in there. So in terms of dining options available on our ships in Alaska, we of course have a main dining room. So the main dining room, lots of people actually don't feel the need to leave because the food in there is so great. It is two-tiered, so you have the option of either set dining times or as you wish dining. So you can make that decision when you make your booking. There are some more casual dining options. So I've mentioned the 24-hour in-room dining that's available. We also have the Lido Market, which is where you can get your omelettes and more casual breakfast, but also where we do some more casual lunch and dinner options. Dive-In Burger is the burger bar that we have right by the pool area. It's where I first head when I go on a Holland America Line cruise, but the burgers there are absolutely amazing. And then we have some other specialty options. These ones are available on all of our ships. So Canaletto is an Italian sharing plate concept. It's just $15 per person. So if you fancy trying something a little bit different, it's a great one to try for a slightly different experience in the evening. Pinnacle Grill is North Pacific cuisine, so steak, amazing seafood, so a great place to get your Alaskan salmon, crab, etc. And that one's $39 per person, but it's great for something a little bit different and for a special occasion. So we use Bulgari China, and it's a really lovely venue. Rue de Mer is actually an exclusive dining venue on our Pinnacle class ships, but because it's so popular, it's a pop-up restaurant on our other ships. But we offer classic French dishes in there. So moule marinière, you've also got oysters and some amazing seafood in there as well. And that's actually a la carte pricing. So again, it's absolutely amazing, highly recommend. There's some extra dining venues available on the Koningsdam. So that's the ship that I mentioned is doing the Saturday departure. So you've got New York Deli and Pizza, which is a casual dining venue where you can go and get pizzas freshly made in the daytime and in the evening. Tamarind and Nami Sushi is our Pan-Asian restaurant. That's my favorite restaurant on board, actually. Just $25 per person. The food in there is amazing. Rue de Mer I mentioned. The Grand Dutch Cafe is an extra more casual dining venue to go and get coffees and cakes and sandwiches and things in the daytime. And we also have gelato. So a few different extras that are available on board the Koningsdam. Entertainment that we have available on our ships. So I mentioned Music Walk briefly. In the evening on board our ships, I think lots of people don't tend to know about this if they haven't sailed with Holland America Line, but we have lots of incredible live music available. So as well as the world stage area, which is of course where you can watch lots of incredible Broadway style shows and where you get comedians and things as well. We also have a few live music venues. So we've got BB King's Blues Club in partnership with the Blues Club in Memphis. The people that perform there are absolutely amazing, but that tends to be where people go for a dance and a bit of a boogie in the evening. We also have the Lincoln Center in partnership with the Lincoln Center in New York. So that's a classical music venue. The Rolling Stones Rock Room is just on the Pinnacle class ship, so that this will just be on the Koningsdam in Alaska, but the other venues would be on all of the ships that are in Alaska. And that's a rock music venue, of course. And then we also have Billboard, which is a dueling piano bar. So lots of different things for you to go and explore in the evening. And they, of course, don't all have the same night off or all perform at the same time. You can move from venue to venue, experiencing lots of different live music. We also have a partnership with BBC Earth, which in Alaska is amazing because it means that we're able to offer an exclusive BBC Earth Alaska in concert in the world stage area. So on all of our sailings, we have a BBC Earth concert where we use footage from the BBC Earth series and the classical musicians play music over the top of it. But in Alaska, we use footage from the TV series Wild Alaska, and then the Lincoln Center musicians play music over the top of it. So that's in the world stage one evening on an Alaska cruise. And like I said, absolutely amazing. So highly recommend going to watch that. So I wanted to go through the itinerary out of Vancouver with you. I mentioned we do have 7-night itineraries that just go one way up to Whittier or Anchorage or reverse. And we do also have Seattle departures, but this is the one that we've got packaged to share an offer with you today. So I wanted to go through some of the different destinations available. So you depart from Vancouver either on a Wednesday or Saturday, dependent on the ship that you wanted to go on and what fit with the rest of your Canada tour. The cruise port in Vancouver is actually really central. So there is a hotel that's right opposite the cruise terminal, but it means that it's great for you to be able to spend a couple of days here pre your cruise and explore this amazing city, or at the end of your cruise as well. So it's nice and easy to get to, ready to embark on your cruise experience. So your first day, you would spend scenic cruising the Inside Passage. So it's one of the most popular scenic cruising routes in the world. And on that picture on the left, you can see why. Lots of incredible scenery. You might have the opportunity to do some wildlife spotting here before you even get to anywhere. And obviously you've got incredible scenery whilst you're doing that as well. But it's really lovely to have this as your first day so that you can ease yourself into your cruise experience before then embarking into different ports the next couple of days. So on day 3, you would arrive in Juneau at 1 o'clock. You wouldn't depart until 10 o'clock. So I mentioned earlier about having lots of long days and evenings in ports with Holland America Line, and this demonstrates that here. So Juneau is the capital of Alaska, but you can actually only get there by boat or by plane. So you can't drive there, which is very interesting for a state capital. But it's a great place to do whale watching, and that's one of the popular excursions that we do there. There is also an incredible glacier in Juneau called the Mendenhall Glacier, which you can view on land. So you can do an excursion that takes you to the Mendenhall Glacier so you can view that. And it's next to an incredible waterfall. So lots of amazing picture opportunities. There's also a mountain that you can climb up, or you can get a cable car if you don't fancy a trek up and down. And again, lots of incredible scenery up there. There are some tours that do both Mendenhall Glacier and whale watching. So there's lots of different things to do in this port. So it's one of the really popular ones that we visit in Alaska. The next day you would arrive in Skagway, and you can see how long the day is here. So arriving at 7 a.m. and then not departing until the evening. So Skagway is the entrance to the Klondike Gold Rush National Park. So you can get on the rail and do that as your day tour. But there's some incredible scenery in terms of the old fronted buildings, which is really how you would expect Alaska to look, I think, and how you would expect a lot of the Klondike Gold Rush area to look as well. So the rail is actually a really popular thing to do in Skagway, and we have a nice long day there so that you're able to experience it to the best of your ability. On day 5, we do glacier cruising. So the day before you have your day of glacier cruising, in your stateroom, we'll provide you with a guide on the glacier so that you're able to have all of your facts and things ready. I recommend wrapping up on this day. So actually in the summer in Alaska, it's not particularly cold in a lot of the ports. You can wear t-shirts and shorts a lot of the time, much like you can in a British summer. But when you're doing your glacier cruising, you're obviously near lots of ice. So this is when you're going to want to wrap up. So Alaska is just great for lots of layers. But you get 7 a.m. till 4 p.m. So it's quite a long day of doing this amazing glacier cruising. And as you get close to it, you can see all the ice and the water. There's sometimes seals and things sitting on the pieces of ice, looking up at you on the ship. But it's very quiet. As I mentioned, you've got a nice long day there to provide you with the best opportunity to get those amazing views. I mean, I would recommend just looking at the views rather than trying to take pictures, because I tried to take loads of pictures and none of them do it justice, but it is absolutely amazing. So this particular cruise would go to Glacier Bay, but as I mentioned, we do have some others that visit alternative glaciers in Alaska. Day 6, you would be in Ketchikan, so 11 a.m. departing at 7 p.m, so a nice long day again. This is really famous for salmon fishing, so you can do some fishing excursions if you would like when you are in Ketchikan. If any of you have watched the Jane McDonald program where she goes to Alaska, that's on Holland America Line, but this is the place that you can do the lumberjack show. So it's amazing fun. It's actually right next to the ship, and that's another shore excursion that you can book with us. But it's just really silly but really great fun, so I really recommend doing that when you are in Ketchikan. I think the show's about an hour, but if that's not your thing, then I mentioned there's lots of salmon excursions and things that you can do, as well as water rafting and some more adventurous things if you prefer that as well. Your final day on board the ship, you would then spend cruising the Inside Passage again before then going back down to Vancouver. So a really nice way to end the cruise. So you've had a busy few days, and then you get to spend the last day looking at all of the amazing scenery, hopefully seeing some last minute whales and porpoises, and listening to any talks and things that are going on board the ship, before then arriving in Vancouver the next day at 7, and then doing your post tour, or you might have already done a tour around Canada before your cruise. So that's a 7-day Vancouver trip that we do. I wanted to briefly talk to you about some of the other options that we have in Alaska. So I mentioned we have our own land resort there. So in Denali National Park, we have our own resort called the McKinley Chalet Resort, which is of course named because of McKinley Mountain, which is right next to. So Denali National Park globally and overall in Alaska is actually the #1 reason that people visit Alaska. But lots of people tend to do the 7-night cruise, which is of course what I've done and what lots of our guests tend to do as well. But if you fancy doing something a bit longer and you've got a little bit more time and want to explore a bit more, then these tours are absolutely amazing. So you can do 1, 2 or 3 night stays up here, and you combine that with a 7-night one-way cruise either from Whittier to Vancouver or the other way round. All of your Denali experiences include 1, 2 or 3 nights in Denali, as I mentioned. If you're going to go, I would recommend going for 3 nights, because why would you want to go there and just spend 1 night there? But you get to stay in our own chalet resort. You can obviously see some of this incredible scenery that you can see on the top right there. But we include a tundra wilderness tour, which is your opportunity to go and see the land-based Big 5 in Alaska. So bears, caribou, moose, and sheep. So the things that you're not going to see jumping out of the ocean when you're on your cruise experience. And we also include a luxury domed rail car experience, which is called the McKinley Explorer. So that takes you from Anchorage up to the McKinley Chalet Resort. So there's loads of different options available. Here's some more pictures here of the McKinley Explorer. So it's a domed rail car where you get lunch and get to obviously see all of this amazing scenery around you as well. So sort of similar to other train experiences that are available, but it's just a 1-day journey, and it is Holland America Line that own that, because you can see our branding on the train there. So if you've got a little bit longer, I highly recommend doing it. It's something a little bit different and gives you the opportunity to go and really experience Alaska. And as I mentioned, Barhead will be able to put any specific packages together for you. We do also offer Yukon tours. So Holland America Line are the only cruise line that do offer Yukon tours as well. So you can put this together with a cruise, Denali stay, and then we would do all of the transportation and things to get to Dawson City. You can actually stay in Skagway if you do these sometimes, and then there's some shorter cruise options available because you've got so much of the land-based element available here as well. But all of your accommodations included in the tour, and then obviously all of the transportation by motor coach, rail and things as well. So loads of different options. If you want any more information, then your travel agent at Barhead will be able to help you. But the 7-night journey seem to be what most people really want to do. And that's what this package here that I've got for you is. So this is an exclusive Barhead package. It's our round trip Vancouver cruise on board the Koningsdam, and that's packaged together with a 1-night stay in Vancouver at the beginning of your cruise, and then 2 nights at the end of your cruise. And then it's also got the Rocky Mountaineer experience on it. So Rocky Mountaineer is really popular for our guests to do before or after their cruise, and lots of guests do both. It's really popular with people that go on Holland America Line. And then you can stay in Banff afterwards. So amazing package that's been put together, and there's some tours included within this as well. So an ocean view stateroom on this is $3,799 per person, and the balcony is actually just £200 more at $3,999 per person. So exclusive event offers that we've got for you today. A drinks package is included on Ocean View and above, and obviously we're just giving you the Ocean View pricing here as well. An exclusive event offer, so this is valid from a week from today, so the 27th of March through to the 3rd of April. Holland America Line will give $50 onboard credit per person on Ocean View and above staterooms, and that's for new bookings. So if you wanted to get something booked, then great time to do it because you've got that added incentive. Also, if you book by the end of April, then you can upgrade your Rocky Mountaineer experience to Gold Leaf for just £250 per person, which is a great upgrade price because the Gold Leaf experience is just amazing and gives you the ability to have 2 different parts of a rail journey rather than just being in the one coach. So if you want to go for that luxury experience because you've not done a holiday in a couple of years, then you might as well go to Gold Leaf, right? So yeah, amazing package that Barhead have put together here, and I'm sure if you want any more information on that, then your agent will be able to help you with that. That's everything. Thank you very much for listening to my presentation today, and hopefully I have inspired you a little bit to visit Alaska with Holland America Line. Thank you.
This is the world's richest outdoor rodeo, featuring the sport's toughest stock, baddest cowboys, and fastest cowgirls. Dozens of spills, all worth it for $2 million in prize money. Over 17,000 fans daily. It's the greatest outdoor show on earth.
Hi everyone, thank you so much for your time today at Barhead's Canada event. It's an absolute pleasure to be here with you and share an introduction to the province of Ontario today. So my name is Emma, I am Destination Ontario's UK office, and I've got about a 20-minute slot today to get through as much as I can, but I would love to hear from you. If you have any questions after this event, you can reach me at ontario@hillsbalfour.com. But if you didn't catch that, don't worry, your contacts at Barhead would be very happy to put us in touch. So I'm going to kick off with a 1-minute video just to give you a bit of an introductory insight into the province and its diversity. So not just by landscape, but activities, seasonality. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to take you through what we would call our 14-day classic circle tour around the southern regions of the province, and that will start into our gateway city of Toronto, heading clockwise round and then heading out again from Toronto. So let's kick off with the video. Great. So as I said, starting off with Toronto, our gateway city, it's one of our icons. It's known as Canada's downtown. It is also Canada's largest city, and it sits on the edge of the Great Lakes on Lake Ontario, which I'll come on to mention a bit more about. As a city, it's very large, it's very spacious, very green, many different neighbourhoods, all with very different characters and personalities. But just a quick one on the logistics. So when you arrive into Toronto Pearson Airport, do always get the Union Pearson Express. This takes you into the heart of downtown, into Union Station, which is opposite the Fairmont Royal York. It's only $12 each way, and we highly recommend this above getting a taxi into the city or starting with your car hire journey there. Attraction-wise in Toronto, so we always recommend getting the Toronto City Pass, which will get you into 5 of the main attractions, and you'll save actually nearly 40% on these attractions if you complete it. So the CN Tower, again, one of our icons, panoramic viewing platforms. This has been recently renovated and has floor-to-ceiling windows going around the entire viewing platform level. That bottom left picture there, this isn't part of the City Pass, but I do have to mention it. This is our Edge Walk attraction. So you can put on those glam red jumpsuits, get harnessed up, and you can actually dangle over the top of that tower. An incredible experience for those 3 thrill seekers amongst us. Other things you can do with the Toronto City Pass, so Ripley's Aquarium of Canada, you can do Casa Loma, you can do the Royal Ontario Museum, the Toronto Zoo, or the Ontario Science Centre. And onto a few other Toronto attractions. So I did mention the different neighbourhoods in the city, and I'm going to point out a few of them. So that top left picture there, that's actually of the Toronto Islands, and you can access these via a ferry. The islands are very pedestrianised, well, completely pedestrianised. There's beaches, there's gardens, there's cafes, there's an animal farm, you can go paddling. And in my own personal experience, I shouldn't be biased, but I really do think it's one of the best views in the city. Looking back even from the ferries, but of course from the islands themselves, at that city skyline view, it's absolutely beautiful. And you can see just about in that picture there, doing that via a canoe as well. That middle left picture there, that's the St. Lawrence Market. So amazing restaurants, artisans, specialty food vendors. And this market has actually won many awards. So I'm speaking to the kind of things like the best food market in the world was awarded by National Geographic. The centre picture there and the middle bottom picture, that is the Distillery Historic District. And again, shouldn't really have favourites, but if I did, this would be really up there. It's a revamped Victorian warehouse district. It is formerly a distilling district, and now it's a fascinating area. So it's all cobblestone streets and retains that warehouse vibe, but it's got amazing boutique shops and dining. You can do some really impressive tours here to learn about the history of the area as a distillery district. And that top right picture there, that's Kensington Market. Extremely cool area. It's very multicultural, shops, dining, very, very hipster. It's got a lot of routes to Europe. There's shops and dining from Europe, the Middle East, the Caribbean, South America, Asia, and the food tours here are absolutely incredible and well worth doing. I could spend the whole time talking about just Toronto, but I'm going to move on now to Niagara Falls, which I'm sure many of you will be a bit familiar with, and it's another one of our iconic areas of the province. Being in Niagara Falls, it's all about really the different ways to see the falls. So whether that's from above on the air, from the water, from a zip line, from the land, from behind, there's really no shortage of ways to see Niagara Falls. And we always recommend getting the Niagara Parks Adventure Pass when you're there. This will get you on the Hornblower Niagara cruises from May to October, the Journey Behind the Falls, which is that bottom picture there in the yellow ponchos, the Whitewater Walk, and different things such as the transportation system around there called the WeGo. Other ways to see the falls, I mean, that zipline picture there is amazing. This opened in June 2016. It's been incredibly popular ever since. People can go alongside their friends there and run parallel to both the American and Canadian side of the falls. That top left picture there, of course, that's Niagara helicopters. Fantastic sweeping bird's eye views above the falls there, and well worth going to do. The majority of things to do in Niagara Falls are year round. There's a few things that are more the seasonal months, such as the Hornblower cruises, but even though you're expected to get wet on pretty much all the attractions, ponchos are always provided. The picture you see there of the Skywall, this is in Clifton Hill. So the town itself is buzzing. There's a lot to do for families, and whether that's go-karting, mini golfing, arcades, that sort of thing. And there's also things like looking at the seasonal fireworks there as well in the night, or at night they also have the illuminations, and the falls actually can light up in different colours. Accommodation wise in Niagara Falls, you've got your chains that you'll know and love, so the Sheratons, the Hiltons, the Best Westerns, and you can actually get some really surprisingly competitive rates as well. So a lot of the hotels will have options of city view rooms versus falls view rooms, and that's where you can really look at what's best for you. So Niagara on the Lake. So if you would like to, experience the buzzing falls in the day, maybe stay somewhere a bit different, a bit quieter in the evening, Niagara on the Lake is only 15 minutes away from the falls, and it's a world-renowned wine region. It's a bit of a hidden gem in the province. It's got over 90 wineries just in this one area, many overlooking Lake Ontario. There's fantastic tours of some really world-class vineyards here. The area is really known for ice wine. It's the regional speciality, and it's made when the wine is harvested at around -8 degrees Celsius. So it almost creates like a very delicious sweet dessert wine. So any wine fans would absolutely love Niagara on the Lake. And the town itself, again, quite a historic Main Street town, boutique hotels, boutique shops, year-round Christmas shop, that sort of thing. Another picture of Niagara on the Lake. And on to Georgian Bay and the Blue Mountain area. So Blue Mountain to kick off with first. So this is really a soft adventure haven. Families absolutely love the Blue Mountain. Torontonians come up here regularly for the weekends. As you get an idea for here in these pictures, it's again a year-round resort. So in the summer, you can do anything from the scenic caves, golfing, the gondolas, kayaking, ATV tours, zip lining. The world's longest freshwater beach, Wasaga, is just by here as well. They've also got the Ridge Runner Mountain Coaster, which is open all year round, summer and winter. And this is a toboggan all the way down the mountain, and also has fantastic views over the Georgian Bay when you're on that. Other winter activities. So this is actually a great little skiing resort, quite beginner level skiing. So perfect for, again, as I said, for families heading to the area, and of course snowboarding as well. Another thing is ice skating. So the Woodview mountaintop ice skating area through the forest is a really special experience. You can also do things like snowshoeing here, cross country skiing, snowmobiling. And just outside the resort area is something called the Scandinave Spa, open year round. This is a Nordic spa. It's based on 25 acres of natural Ontario forest. It's very tranquil, very serene. The hot and cold baths, saunas, and well worth checking out the Scandinave Spa. So on to Manitoulin Island, which is along the Georgian Bay coastline, and you would access this via Tobermory. So that in itself, that Georgian Bay area has fantastic hiking trails, as I mentioned, the Saga Beach, but you'd come along to Manitoulin Island, which is really quite famous for its Indigenous experiences. You can do things with companies such as the Great Spirit Circle Trail, when you can do powwows, teepee glamping. There's a hotel on the island called the Manitoulin Hotel that is literally run by the Indigenous communities there, so very special. And surrounding this island is the Fathom 5 National Marine Park. You get a bit of an idea for how amazing that area is from those pictures there. It's great for paddling. You can do glass bottom boat tours. You can get off and have some picnics, and also world-class scuba diving, which I know is niche, but it's really world premiere, so worth pointing out. So Muskoka and Algonquin, and again, these areas I'm really speaking about are really 2-3 hours from Toronto, so all very accessible from each other on a fly drive route. Muskoka is really one of the luxurious ends of Ontario. It's not too dissimilar to the way that New Yorkers think of the Hamptons. So Torontonians, it's all about having a property here or knowing someone who has a property here, if you know what I mean. So heading up for the weekend, having those properties on the edge of the lakeside, heading out onto the water, and really having that quite quintessential Canadian experience. Muskoka as an area itself, it's made up of 3 main lakes, so Lake Joseph, Lake Russo, and Lake Muskoka. It's got beautiful small towns, including Bracebridge, Gravenhurst, Port Carling, boutique shopping, high-end dining, and really lots of activities going on all year round. So they've got 19th century steamships going around the lake, and you can do kind of dining and cruising experiences with those. They've got a cranberry marsh there. They've got horseback riding, ATV trails, hiking. In the winter time, you've got husky dog sledging, as you can see there. You've got cross-country skiing. But what's very cool about the Muskoka area is a lot of the properties will include a lot of these activities in the resort fee. So the JW Marriott Muskoka is kind of a flagship luxury property to point out in this area. It's absolutely beautiful, and you can do all non-motorized activities as part of your resort fee. Another one I'll point out is the Deer House Resort, so the town of Huntsville in this area. Great access point for the Muskoka area, great base for this area, and also to Algonquin Park. And the Deer House Resort is a more entry level, but also fantastic for families, couples, a lot of different people in staying in this area. And onto Algonquin Provincial Park, and this is really an ultimate Canadian wilderness experience, but it's hard to even believe it's really only a few hours drive north of Toronto and only a few hours drive west of Ottawa as well. So you can really be having a kind of a rooftop bar experience for your breakfast in the morning, looking over panoramic views of the city in Toronto, and by lunchtime be here, it's worlds apart. So what is Algonquin Provincial Park known for? Because it is probably our most famous provincial park. It's got 2,400 lakes, and it's really known for paddling as one of those things for all levels of experience. So you can go with absolutely no experience and do things like a bike, paddle and lunch combo, fully guided, fully outfitted. If you have a bit more experience, that's fine too. You can get some gear from the likes of Algonquin Outfitters and head off on their recommended routes. So in terms of accommodation in the park, it's quite limited. There's quite strict permissions here, but there's things like Arrowhon Pines and Bartlett Lodge. There's also things like a fantastic visitor centre here, great for wildlife spotting as well. So If anyone is looking to see moose in their trip to Canada, Algonquin Provincial Park is a great opportunity to go see them. Very good odds of seeing some there. I have, and it's absolutely brilliant. So on to Ottawa, as we mentioned at the start, the capital of Canada. This is on the border of Quebec as well, so you really start to feel a French Quebecois influence in this city. So anything from the architecture, that is, in the dining, in the multicultural multilingual locals, sorry, I meant to say. There's also an amazing museum here. So they've got 7 of the national museums in Ottawa. So the Aviation and Space Museum, they've got the National Gallery of Canada, they've got the Canadian Museum of Nature, there's a War Museum, and fantastic innovative technologies here and great for absolutely all ages. Parliament Hill area that you can see on the right picture there by the parliamentary buildings, beautiful architecture around this area, very relaxed area all around the city, to be honest, green, spacious. You can do things like yoga sessions on Parliament Hill here. There's the Bywood Market area, is an absolute must, fantastic for foodie vendors and artisans. Festivals wise in Ottawa, of course, is a great festival scene. So whether that's the Tulip Festival, the Blues Festival, Canada Day is of course huge in Ottawa, as it is around the country and the province, but being the capital, it's just that extra bit special there in Ottawa. And a few more things to do in the city of Ottawa. So that's the Rideau Canal you can see in the left and on that top right picture there. It runs through the city centre, and you can experience this on bike tours, paddling down there, boat tours. But what's very cool about that picture on the left there is it's another world record. It is the world's largest ice rink. So the canal is drained down, and it does become the world's largest ice rink. Tourists love it. Locals will also even commute that way sometimes along the canal on their ice skates. Very Canadian, of course. That picture on the top right there, no, it's not a mistake. Sorry, the bottom right picture, it is not a mistake. It is white water rafting in the city limits. Pretty cool for a nation's capital such as Canada. So that's with owl rafting, OWL. And moving on to Kingston and the Thousand Islands region. So Kingston, again, very cool historic area. It was actually the very first capital of Upper Canada, and it's based along Lake Ontario as well. So different things you can do in Kingston. I mean, there's Fort Henry, you can see in that bottom left picture there. It's an UNESCO World Heritage Site, and it's an old British fort. So fantastic events and things to see and do there. The limestone architecture is what's another thing Kingston's really renowned for. They've got beautiful trolley tours. They've got it's the university there, which means that it's quite up and coming, and there's a lot of entrepreneurs that are really enhancing that dining and nightlife scene and really taking that to a next level. But what Kingston is really known for is it being one of the main access points to the Thousand Islands region. You may have heard the Thousand Islands before. This is actually where the Thousand Island dressing came from. A bit of a fun pub quiz fact and different ways to access the Thousand Islands. So mentioned Kingston, there's also a couple more towns along that area, one called Rockport and one called Gananoque, and different ways you can experience these 1,864 islands. Very impressive. So by boat or by helicopter, and there's obviously different advantages to doing each one. So doing it by helicopter is those really bird's eye sweeping views. Don't need to expand much more than how brilliant that is. But if you don't write off doing it by boat as well, because you can actually get off at a couple of very cool attractions such as Bolt Castle and learn about the history there. And there's some incredible views from the boat tour as well, and being able to come up close to the different properties in this area as well. This is actually also just under a 1 hour drive from the Prince Edward County region. So this is another wine region in the Ontario provincial area. There's beautiful boutique hotels there, spas there. It's another up and coming area to be aware of, and it's got another very cool history for the loyalist area. They've got cideries there. They've got a fantastic farm to table dining scene there, lavender farms. And that bottom right picture there, again, it's not a mistake that it's there. This is sand dunes in this area in Prince Edward County, and that is Sandbanks Provincial Park. So again, a bit like Muskoka, but very different geographical landscapes. But I mean that in the sense of being on the edge of the lake and having that really relaxed Canadian experience. So thank you. As I touched on at the start, this is both a lot of information, but also just an introduction at the same time. Ontario is a huge province. It's larger than Spain and France combined. It's the second largest province in Canada, and there is so much to do. And we haven't had time to touch on Northern Ontario as well. So as I said, do let me know if you have any questions, and the Barhead team can connect us. But thanks again for your time. Stay safe, and hopefully see you in Ontario. Thank you.
Saying goodbye to Vancouver isn't quite so hard when you discover what lies ahead. Some of the most breathtaking and varied scenery by rail anywhere in the world. There's a reason they say sea to sky, as you hug the sparkling shoreline, slowly gaining elevation to resplendent mountain peaks. As you approach Whistler, listen carefully as the marmots that gave this world-class resort its name welcome you. Made famous during the 2010 Olympics, the spirit of the Games lives on in this vibrant mountain town. Past emerald lakes, through coastal rainforests, you approach desert landscapes, and the spirit of the gold rush comes back to life. Next, snake your way through the Fraser Canyon. Here in the mid-1800s, over 10,000 miners and untold hangers-on populated its towns. As you wind through stunning canyons, take time to admire the view as you enjoy our world-class cuisine. Ever heard of a mountain so high it has its own weather system at the summit? Welcome to Mount Robson. At 3,954 meters, it's the highest peak in the Canadian Rockies. And finally, Journey's End, the historic town of Jasper, populated by friendly people and countless elk. From rainforest to gold rush, a transformation in beauty, and maybe yourself.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to our presentation on celebrity cruises. It's a pleasure to have been asked by Barrhead Travel to talk to you today and to show you what we can offer on luxury cruising in Alaska and a few other ports in and around Canada as well. My name is Andrew Bolton, and I'm the Celebrity Cruises Sales Manager for Scotland. So please sit back, relax, and look forward to holidaying overseas once again. Celebrity cruises exist to open up the world by bringing people together. I think the words on the screen say it all after a very difficult year for many of us. And I think we're all ready to meet up again and to explore the world. For Celebrity, however, it's not just about the destinations, but as much about making your holiday extraordinary and the experiences on board our ships you'll remember for the rest of your life. Our ships are extremely modern, and we're built for the enjoyment and comfort of our guests on their journey. We offer luxurious accommodations in all grades of staterooms, right up to the retreat, which is our all-suites private area, offering a whole range of additional benefits and inclusions. Our Michelin-starred chefs have created a unique dining experience on board, whilst offering you a choice of restaurants, complemented by the most awarded wine list at sea. While our aqua-class staterooms are perfect to enjoy complimentary access to a luxurious spa and private dining in Blue restaurants. And I think both our guests and our travel partners have recognised this by presenting Celebrity with over 161 awards in the last few years. And not only that, but we're also very proud to identify as a caring company, recognising diversity, inclusion, and sustainability. So let's have a look at what Celebrity Cruises can offer you for cruising in Alaska. And for this part, I'm going to hand over to my colleague Emma Rigby, who is a former sales manager on board our ships and has been to Alaska many times before.
My favourite destination in the world is Alaska, and until you've been to Alaska, you can't appreciate how incredible Alaska's scenery is, and of course the wildlife in Alaska's wilderness. We have 3 ships in Alaska, and they sail from either Seattle, Vancouver or Seward, and typically it's from May until September. These are the sailings we have on offer at Celebrity Cruises. On every Celebrity Cruises itinerary, every single guest will visit a glacier. So this is really a unique selling point, whether it is Dawes Glacier or my personal favourite, which is the Hubbard Glacier, 6 miles wide, and it is incredible to see. There's lots of different forms of wildlife in Alaska, and I really like to refer to this as web, which is whales, eagles and bears. So whales, I was lucky enough to see them in the natural environment as I was walking into Icy Strait Point. Bald eagles, they are everywhere in Alaska. Of course, you're going to be able to see those. And if you're lucky enough to see bears too. So again, the small group excursions, we take them right into the wilderness of Alaska to really see if we can see some of those bears. Guests on board can expect to hear lots of information about Alaska itself. We do have the dedicated teams that have sailed in Alaska many times, but we also bring on naturalists and guest speakers who can really bring to life Alaska and what our guests should be looking for. And of course, on our Solstice class ships, we have half an acre of real grass for customers to sit back and relax and really take in the breathtaking views as we sail. With Celebrity Cruises, 85% of the ship is typically a balcony and above, which is a great option for your customers to choose from. My personal recommendation is to go for Aqua Class, having dedicated restaurant Blue to have for breakfast and dinner. But of course, when you are in Alaska, you've been out all day, it's great to come back, sit back and relax in the Persian Garden on the hot beds as you're sailing from port to port. There are pre and post cruise tours available, so if you do have customers that are looking for that experience to extend their stay with a premium rail journey, we have that itinerary available that they can package that onto. For anyone that's thinking of Alaska, definitely do it. It really is a bucket list destination and it should be ticked off.
Thanks, Emma. So let's have a look in a bit more detail on a few of the areas around our ships. 85% of our accommodation features a balcony. And what more could you ask for than sitting there watching the amazing scenery go by and the sun setting gently into the evening sky with a cocktail or even a gin and tonic in your hand. As Emma mentioned, her favourite accommodation is Aqua Class. And booking this, not only do you enjoy your own private restaurant in blue with open seating dining, but you also have complimentary access to a Persian garden with its spa facilities and hot stone beds. Along with a large pool area, we also feature in all our ships an indoor solarium with its own spa cafe, and one of the most tranquil places to relax, especially when the weather outside becomes, let's just say, a little more chilly. And beside the various choice of restaurants on board, we also have our Ocean View Cafe, offering buffet-style dining from various service stations where you can dine both inside and out. So let's have a closer look at our 2022 Alaska program. Celebrity Eclipse is our most popular ship, with 7-night cruises in and out of Vancouver between May and September, and offers further land options with the Rocky Mountaineer train. She visits a Hubbard Glacier, rotates itineraries between Icy Point Strait and Sitka, and has an extra 11-night sailing at the end of the season, visiting Victoria and both the Hubbard and Dawes Glaciers. Celebrity Solstice operates out of Seattle, again between May and September, with port highlights including both Victoria and the Dawes Glacier. And last but not least, Celebrity Millennium alternates in Alaska between Vancouver and Seward from May to September and visits the Hubbard Glacier. Alaska is certainly a bucket list destination for many people, not only for the glaciers and the stunning scenery, but also for the opportunity to see the wildlife, including whales, bald eagles, and bears. And on every sailing, we guarantee a sail by a glacier and a sail through the Inside Passage. And whatever ship you decide to choose to sail on, what a beautiful hotel to come back to at the end of a busy day sightseeing. So aside from Alaska, we also offer 4 cruises in Canada and New England between August and October, sailing in and out of Boston and visiting such places as Quebec City, Charlottetown on Prince Edward Island, and Sydney and Halifax in Nova Scotia. These cruises do tend to fill quickly though, as there are only 4 of them. So I wouldn't leave it too long if this is another part of Canada you'd like to visit. And finally, we have one unique sailing down the Pacific coast on board Celebrity Millennium, which starts in Vancouver and finishes in Los Angeles on the 16th of September next year. This is a really beautiful itinerary and a perfect opportunity for perhaps a cruise and stay holiday in Canada before you sail, or even on the USA West Coast after you disembark. And on every cruise, regardless of what cabin grade you decide to book, you will always include your drinks, your tips, and your Wi-Fi. So you don't have to worry about these additional costs. So why should you choose to sail with Celebrity Cruises? I think I'll let my colleague Captain Kate tell you more.
Hi, I'm Captain Kate McHugh, and I wanted to share a little bit about why me and Bug, my cat and trusted travel companion, sail with Celebrity. Back in 2015, I became the first American woman to be a captain of a mega cruise ship. Becoming a captain of my own ship was a lifelong dream, and it's my honor to help others achieve their dreams of seeing the world. But don't just take my word for it. Why should you sail with Celebrity? Come along and I'll show you the 5 reasons why our ships are the best in the world. Our ships set us apart in more ways than one, but it helps that we're always at the edge of innovation through sleek, modern design. From our suites to our restaurants, every nook and cranny of a Celebrity ship is designed for maximum visual impact and comfort, thanks to the transcendent design of our visionaries that we work with. Your cruise ship is your home when you're sailing with us, and we take that charge very seriously. We create experiences that will last a lifetime, like an immersive evening at the impeccably designed Eden on Celebrity Edge, or the Hideaway on Celebrity Reflection and Celebrity Silhouette, where you can truly get away from it all. The innovative magic carpet on Celebrity Edge is an architectural wonder and highlights the outward-facing design vision for the ship. It moves from deck to deck throughout the day, transforming into different venues, including an alfresco restaurant where you can enjoy an unforgettable dinner on the edge in the evenings. There's also the Lawn Club, designed to be your backyard on board, complete with fresh, real grass. Enjoy a game of bocce or indulge in a delicious barbecue on the Lawn Club grill. Another reason our ships are world-class? We do the bulk of destination planning so you can see more cities and explore more of the world without the stress of missed flights, late trains, or heavy luggage. Cruising is an incredible way to open your eyes to new destinations and global cultures, whether you're a solo traveler or bringing the whole family on their first international trip. Celebrity Cruises visits more than 280 ports, sailing to 77 breathtaking countries around the world. We offer cruises to Europe and the Caribbean, Alaska, Bermuda, and the Galapagos Islands, as well as Asia and many more. Every cruise comes with options for unforgettable shore excursions. Plus, we offer over 160 handcrafted, unique itineraries. Foodies, adrenaline chasers, souvenir seekers, beach lovers, and beyond, there's a cruise for you. We don't believe in one cruise fits all approach, and that's why we offer itineraries that take you straight to well-known, iconic landmarks and others that will take you off the beaten path. It's no secret Celebrity offers unforgettable culinary experiences. With the expertise and skills of a Michelin star chef at the helm of every menu, we set out to make each breakfast, lunch, and dinner on board particularly memorable. Sushi or Italian, pub food or a salad bar, we've got freshly prepared dishes in every style for every type of palate. Try the fresh sashimi at Sushi on 5 or savor handmade pastas at Tuscan Grill. Suite guests will have access to the private restaurant Lumine, where our global culinary brand ambassador Chef Daniel Boulud has designed complimentary signature dishes to bring you eclectic fine dining. Plus, all guests will have the opportunity to take advantage of our Chef's Table by Daniel Boulud experience, complete with a private galley tour and a 5-course meal. Check out La Petite Chef while you're on board, which is more than a feast for your senses. Your table will come to life as the world's tiniest chef whips up something delicious for you, telling interactive stories about his internationally inspired menu. A fully immersive mix of art, entertainment, and dining, La Petite Chef is sure to delight you. We also bring you next-level beverage experiences. In fact, we've won 48 Wine Spectator Awards of Excellence, the most ever awarded in the cruise industry. Our talented bartenders will shake up martinis and creative cocktails just for you. Ultimate comfort awaits you on our ships thanks to our luxurious accommodations available for every size group and family. We have a variety of suite and stateroom categories to choose from, including our exclusive suite class experience, The Retreat, which features a private sun deck, lounge, and even your own private restaurant, Lumine. Savor slow mornings or long sunsets from your veranda. Over 85% of our staterooms have a veranda where you can sip your morning coffee overlooking the sea. The infinite veranda on the Celebrity Edge even connects you to the ocean with the push of a button. From the moment you book your cruise, Celebrity is committed to providing personalized and genuine service and to sharing our global knowledge and recommendations with every guest. With an onboard staff-to-guest ratio of nearly 2-to-1, you'll have the world at your service. Destination concierge are available to help you plan the best ways to see the sights on shore or to assist you in booking a shore excursion in port. Our suite guests even receive their own personalized butler service, and each and every restaurant on board has its own certified sommelier. I hope this gives you a little more insight into why our cruise ships are my favorite and a cut above the rest. Our crew takes good service seriously, and we pride ourselves on providing you with the best accommodations. Onboard restaurants will delight your taste buds, and modern, evolving ship design will make your stay visually sleek and inviting. The cherry on top? You'll check breathtaking destinations off your bucket list and meet fellow international travelers along the way.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming onto our presentation today, and I hope I've given you some ideas for your next cruise holiday. I'd also like to thank you as a past guest if you have sailed with Celebrity Cruises before, and if not, then I do hope you may look to sail with us in the not too distant future. It's been my pleasure today, and hope that you and your family stay safe and well during these difficult times. Thank you.
As one of the world's most exhilarating natural wonders, Alaska has so much to offer. Expansive landscapes, iconic wildlife, and intriguing native cultures. So when you book a Celebrity Cruises vacation to Alaska, be sure you experience the best of both land and sea. A Celebrity Cruise will take you to some of the most extraordinary stops along Alaska's Inside Passage. On your cruise, you'll experience updated luxury at every turn, while taking in the best of coastal Alaska. You'll see glaciers flowing into the sea, forests rising up from the shoreline, and bald eagles soaring gracefully overhead. And as breathtaking as the cruise along the southeastern coastline is, there's so much more of Alaska just waiting to be discovered.
At least once a tour, I turned to my group and I said, I'd like to welcome you all to my office. This is where I work, and I'm glad you're here with me and that I can share Alaska with you.
Travelers who want the best of Alaska, book a Celebrity Cruises cruise tour, which offers an exhilarating cruise and a multi-night, fully escorted land tour. On a Celebrity Cruise tour, the land portion of your adventure will immerse you in the unspoiled wilderness of Alaska's interior.
Driver and tour director will really be their concierge, their historian. They're going to be their friend. They're going to make sure that everything goes smoothly for those guests.
You'll experience the must-see destinations, as well as some local favorites your tour director will point out along the way. Destinations include Denali National Park, Seward, Fairbanks, Talkeetna, Girdwood, or Anchorage. Be amazed by North America's highest peak, Mount McKinley. Get stunning photos of caribou, rare birds, and Dall sheep. Go fishing in waters rich with salmon. Experience the famed midnight sun. And at every stop, you'll stay in authentic lodges and dine on the best local cuisine. Get the full Alaska experience with a coastline cruise, as well as travel deep into Alaska's rugged wilderness with a Celebrity Cruises cruise tour. Because Celebrity Cruises believes that every moment of your vacation should be measured by just how far it takes you from the ordinary. That's modern luxury. That's Celebrity Cruises.
Welcome to Canadream. My name's Catherine Monroe and I'm the Vice President of Sales and Marketing at Canadream. It's my pleasure to be here today with Barhead Travel and with you to have the opportunity to talk to you about RVing in Canada. Now, Canadream are experts in RVing and I'm going to take you through a 20-minute presentation on the inside and outside of our RVs and how to choose the right RV holiday. But the beauty of where you've ended up with Barhead Travel is that their team are also experts at Canada, and we've been working with Barhead Travel for almost 20 years. So they know Canada inside and out, and they know Canadream. So you've met your perfect match. I'm going to take you through the detail of our RVs, and at any stage that you have any questions at the end of the presentation, please feel free to contact any of the Barhead Travel stores where they'll be delighted to help you. So let's take a look at who Canadream really is. Well, we were established in 1995. We are the premier name for RV rentals and for sales in Canada, and we provide world-class experience RVs. We have 7 locations across Canada. We have 5 different types of RVs for you to choose from, and we have over 1,000 RVs in our fleet. And in the peak summer, we employ 250 cast members. And Canadream is part of Apollo Motorhome Holidays, which is a larger global RV group which have operations in Australia, New Zealand, UK and Europe. Canadream have been a loyal supporter to Barhead for many years, and it is really excellent to be here today. Whilst travel has changed over the last year, you can be reassured that when you come to Canadream, we will look after you. RVing has been really one of the safest ways to travel. Not only will you enjoy your own chalet on wheels, it is cleaned and prepared to the highest of standards. You can explore and enjoy the great outdoors safely. And of course, you can continue to create great memories and enjoy the simple things in life from the safety of your own RV. Canadream cares. That's really been our philosophy since day one, and we have everything in place to get you on the road safely. So I wanted to let you see just what a typical Canadream location looks like from the outside and then from the inside. We have posters explaining on the welcome on the entranceways, making sure people are safe to come into the building and that they aren't feeling ill. As soon as you come into the building, we have hand sanitization stations, and of course, if the regulations don't require you to wear a mask, but you would like to wear a mask, we will provide masks free of charge for any of our guests. Within our reception areas and within our stations today, we have social distancing measures in place. You will see that there are certain queuing spaces which offer 2-meter distances, and we have got posters around the station making sure people can clearly see the way in and the way out. So all what we're trying to do is really reduce and minimise contact wherever possible. We also have perspex screens in front of our desks. These were a new addition last year, and until they are required, maybe they'll be required forever, we will keep them up to make guests and our cast members feel safe and comfortable. So as I mentioned, we've got 5 locations across Canada. Starting on the East Coast, we have Halifax, Montreal and Toronto. Skipping over the middle of Canada, going to the west coast, we have Edmonton, Calgary, Vancouver, and then up in the north, we have Whitehorse in the Yukon. All of our locations are located with a close proximity to the international airport. So wherever you're coming in from, however you're coming in, you will find a Canadream station at the major Canadian international airports. So, introducing our RVs. This is where it gets exciting. We believe that we have simply the best RVs. We have the most modern fleet in Canada. We rotate them every 2 to 3 seasons. They have low mileage, and it take a 125-point turnaround check after every single rental. Whether it's been 7 days or 70 days, they go through the same checks. Our RVs are unique to Canadream. We design them specifically with the manufacturer to our own unique floor plans, and they are all built by the best in-class manufacturers. So when you're traveling with Canadream, we're with you all the way. We have 24/7 on-road assistance, and we have telematic vehicle tracking just in case you get incredibly lost or the vehicle gets lost. We have a Canadream Club app which helps you plan and travel your vacation. And we also equip you with guest guide documents as well as how-to videos specific to each RV type. We do believe in providing luxury on the road. So with Canadream, you do get the highest of quality. Our permanent beds have hotel-grade memory foam mattresses and pillows. We use high-quality bedding and linens, and we provide lots of convenient rental options with travel extras. And we are really designed for the ultimate comfort on the road. If you're interested in winter, we also provide a unique winter RV, which allows you full use of the water up to temperatures of -35. So let's get into the nitty-gritty of the Canadream fleet. As I mentioned, we have 5 spectacular RVs to suit every type of family holiday, and I'm going to talk through each of those individually. I will mention the Saver 2 and the Saver 4 options, which you'll see at the bottom of this screen. They are essentially a lucky dip approach. If you don't mind which RV you get, and you're kind of fairly flexible, you can save up to 20% on the vehicle rental price by having a Saver 2 or a Saver 4. A Saver 2 can house any 2 people traveling. The Saver 4 can house 4 people, 2 adults and 2 children. So if you don't mind which combination of RV you get, then take a Saver 4. Again, the agents at Barrhead will be able to talk you through this. So without further ado, let's go through all of the RVs. The Maxi Truck Camper, what we call as the TCA, is the smallest in our fleet. It's essentially a Ford F-150 truck with a cabin attached to the back. It's permanently attached to the back, which means you don't remove it as you travel. So this offers you the utmost of flexibility as you're traveling around Canada. It sleeps 2 adults and 1 children. It has a very powerful engine, but it's super easy to drive. If you do have a child with you at night time, the dinette will fold down into a bed to give you that 3rd bed. There is a permanent bed inside this unit, but you will be amazed at what is equipped inside this vehicle. If we take a look inside, you will see the permanent queen bed with lots of space and lots of light. A rather large dinette area, which I've explained the table can fold down in to give you that extra bed suitable for a child. Over onto the right-hand side of that main image, you'll see a cooker with a gas hob with a gas oven, as well as the door handles of the fridge and separate freezer. Lurking behind one of those top cupboards is also a microwave oven. So it really has everything that you could possibly need. In addition to that, there is a small bathroom, what we would call really a wet room, with a toilet, a sink and a shower. So there is no need for you to feel anything other than independent on the road with this perfect truck camper. It really is great for first-timers, but also people who want the flexibility of being able to go into cities quite easily. The truck camper takes up a normal-sized parking space in a supermarket parking lot. So it really is very flexible, a very popular choice. The truck camper is available in all of our stations except for Edmonton. So let's move on to the next vehicle. This is our deluxe van camper, or the DVC as we like to call it. Again, a very popular choice for couples. It sleeps 2 adults. Again, but it's very flexible. It's 22 feet in length, which means it is the size of a large minibus, but it's one of the smallest in our fleet. People love this unit because it is just so easy to drive, and it is equipped with all the powerful accessories that you can imagine with a modern vehicle. Good size engine which will easily pull you up and down the hills. This vehicle is incredibly popular in the off-season, so May, June, September, October, really when more couples will travel. So we do urge people to book quickly with this one. Let's take a look inside so that you can really understand why this is called a deluxe van camper. Inside, you will see it is fitted out beautifully. The layout and all of the floor plans within these vehicles have been designed by Canadream to enhance the most amount of spaces. So making sure we've got ample cupboard space, but also ample amounts of light to make you feel light and bright. We have mood lighting. We have everything electronically controlled in these vehicles. The bed, which is the sofa during the day, will recline at night time with a flick of a switch. And we have blackout blinds, so the vehicle will be completely dark at night time. It really is a beautiful unit, and we get rave reviews on our website about the deluxe van camper. So for more information, again, talk to the agents at Barrhead. The super van camper. This is the smallest of our what Canadians would call Class C vehicles. So it's a kind of large van chassis, and the SVC will be up to 25 feet long. So it's starting to get a bit bigger, a bit bulkier, probably what you would associate with a traditional Canadian RV. This vehicle sleeps 2 adults and 2 children. You'll notice a powerful 6.8 litre engine, very powerful, and will feel effortless when you're driving it. Interior height allows you to stand proud and tall. Not many of our guests are larger than 6'10", so there really is a lot of space within these units. The day plan, there is a bed which is permanently fixed at the rear of the cabin, and also at night time the dinette will convert into a bed for 2 small children. The beauty of Canadream, and one of our unique selling points, is that all of our Class C RVs have slide-out facilities, which means when you're parked up, you can electronically flick a switch and the sides will expand, giving you an extra 3 or 4 feet of internal space inside. And that's all of our Class C vehicles have slide-out, so that's a real benefit. We're going to take a look inside, and as you can see, the interior is light and bright, modern and airy. And we believe in providing our RVs with the most modern and fresh looks, and that's why when we change our vehicles over every 2 years, we move with the latest styles and fashions. So this could be something you would imagine in your own kitchen. As you'll see on the top right-hand corner, there is a picture of our bed. Again, I mentioned that we have memory foam mattresses, which are hotel-grade quality, which are incredible. All of our Class C vehicles have larger bathrooms. You'll have a full walk-in shower, separate sink, toilet, and of course the vanity space for keeping all of your toiletries so that they don't roll around as you're driving. That's essentially the Supervan camper. And what you'll see from this size, as I said, 25 feet, as we start to get bigger, the quality of the interior stays the same. What really happens is the vehicle gets bigger. So we'll move on now to our MHB, which is our midi motorhome. So this is the middle size of our Class C vehicles. It sleeps 4 adults and 2 children, same engine size as before, with an interior height of 7 feet. Again, day plan is when the dinette is up and people would travel around that, has seat belts for people to sit in. The nighttime plan is when the dinette can be used as an extra bed, housing 2 people. We would really recommend the children sleep here. The beds that are in the overcab area up at the top are larger full-size single beds. And the overcab can also be converted into a larger king-size bed with a 3rd mattress. So lots of options here. Again, I'm going to take you into the interior so that you can see what it looks like. Very much like our Supervan camper, you'll see the decor is light and bright, very modern and very airy. The difference here is that you'll see the beds above the cabin. So you'll see what we call the 2 overcab beds. This is a full extended cab, which means the beds will run north to south, and they are the full length of a single bed mattress. Again, hotel grade memory foam mattresses up here. You will probably notice the quality of the bedding and the linens. That's exactly standard of what you would receive in Canadream. The permanent bed down the back of the MHA allows lots of space, lots of comfort, again with a bathroom with separate shower and toilet and sink. So I think you're probably getting the picture that the quality is high here. And before we move on to the next vehicle, which is our largest, the MHA, you will notice that the equipment in these RVs are all the same. The kitchen is fully equipped no matter what vehicle you take. And again, you will have the slide-out facility when parked at the side. So the Maxi motorhome is our largest. Again, a capacity of 4 adults and 2 children. The same engine, the same design and interior as the Maxi motorhome. The interior, though, is just longer. This vehicle can be up to 32 feet long, so the distance from the back to the front will be much greater. And of course, the decor changes throughout the seasons. This is 2 seasons ago vehicle, so you will see a slightly darker shade of interior here. Those are all pretty much replaced now with the lighter oak style of wood. But what you will see in the Maxi motorhome is a very separate bedroom at the back with a walk-around bed. This is a queen-size bed which you can access from all sides. That is one of the benefits of the Maxi motorhome. So the larger the unit that you get, the more space, the larger the bathroom will be, the larger the living area and kitchen will be. So the quality doesn't change, the vehicle just changes in size. So I hope that gives you a really good feel for all of our vehicles. When it comes to making your booking choice, do talk to the experts at Barrhead, because you can tailor make your booking with Barrhead. Our vehicle rental includes some standard items, such as the vehicle rental costs. It doesn't include any kilometres, so you will need to add on kilometres, but it does cover your insurance, preparation fee, first fill of propane, your first fill of water, and a minimum of a quarter of tank of fuel. No matter what the fuel level is, you would just return to the same level as when you picked it up. But you can then customise your booking by adding in linen kits and kitchen kits. You can add on additional drivers, you can add in kilometres. We have a full range of travel extras to enhance your stay. We offer a cleaning service at drop-off, things like that, protection against windshield chips, you name it, it's there. If you're driving into the USA, we will charge a US driving fee. If you need to pick up early in the morning or drop off late, you can do that, but we charge a fee. If you're going very, very north in Canada, we do have a northern surcharge fee. Things like child seats, bike racks, lawn chairs, toasters, all of these things can all be added in along with GPS navigation. So depending on what your needs are, you can add on as many items or as little items as you need. But do it all at the time of booking, just for extra convenience and so that you know you've got the right product for you. So tailor making is very easy with Canadream. And before we finish up, I want to talk to you about the Canadream Club, because once you've booked with Barrhead, they will inform you of your Canadream booking reference, and you will be able to log into the Canadream Club. Now, this is free and it's easy to use. You can download the Canadream Club app on your phone or your tablet, or you can use from your PC. And it is chock-a-block with lots of tools and tips to help you plan and travel, from useful travelling itineraries to over 2,500 Canadream Club partners, where you will be able to find attractions as well as campgrounds. And all of the partners offer Canadream guests some special benefits and perks, whether it's discounts, whether it's preferential campsites. Have a look at inside the Canadream Club and let us help you plan your trip. When you're on the road with us, again, use the app. It's got Google Maps helping you find locations, helping you find campsites, as well as helping you find your RV. If you've parked it and gone away for the day and you can't find it, it's got a Find RV tracking app. And we also are delighted to offer an exclusive partnership with fuel stations across Canada, helping you save money on every fill-up of your RV. And if you're driving a long distance, you'll be filling up quite frequently, so it's a really great benefit. So when you add all of this together and you see the quality of the Canadream RVs, and you know that you're in safe hands when you're coming with us, then when you're planning your Canadian adventure with Barrhead Travel, make sure you talk about Canadream RVing. RVing is a beautiful way to experience Canada at your own pace, stopping where you want and whenever you want. So it's been my pleasure to take you on this short tour today. Again, my name is Catherine Monroe, but please do talk to the agents at Barrhead, who would be delighted to help you experience and explore Canada. And we look forward to welcoming you to Canadream at some stage in the future. Thank you for listening today, and please come to Canada as soon as the borders open.
Hi, my name is Kelly Keefe, and I'm the Atlantic Canada representative for the UK market. I want to thank you for this opportunity to present an introduction on Atlantic Canada, and special thanks to the Barrhead travel team for making the arrangements. Today's presentation will be around 20 minutes, so let's begin. First, the basics. Where is Atlantic Canada? Hopefully, some of you have already visited us. We are located on the east coast of Canada, and we're made up of the scenic provinces of New Brunswick, Newfoundland and Labrador, Nova Scotia, and Prince Edward Island. We are the closest destination from the UK to all of North America. You can arrive in as little as 5 or 6 hours. In a typical year, Air Canada has direct flights available from London to both Halifax, Nova Scotia, and St. John's, Newfoundland and Labrador. WestJet also typically offers flights from Glasgow, Dublin, and London to Halifax. Throughout the region, there is beautiful scenery and chances to experience nature, mingle with friendly locals, visit museums, gaze at the stars, and indulge in fresh seafood. I thought we would start the presentation today with a fun video showcasing some of the fantastic scenery on offer throughout the region. Okay, so I hope you enjoyed that. A lot of people ask, when is the best time to visit Atlantic Canada? Well, spring is a wonderful time, and the temperature in May and June is perfect for touring. All 4 provinces offer a pleasant climate with sea breezes near the coast and warmer inland temperatures. July and August, of course, are the warmest months, with daytime highs between 20 and 30 degrees Celsius. And then the autumn months between September and October are also a fantastic time to visit, with warm daytime temperatures, cooler evenings, and fewer crowds. It's also the best time to see the burst of autumn colors from mid-September in more northern areas to late September into October in the southern coastal areas. At least 2 weeks is required to really get to know all 4 provinces. Popular travel combinations include combining the maritime provinces of New Brunswick, Nova Scotia, and Prince Edward Island, or flying into Halifax, Nova Scotia, and out of St. John's, Newfoundland and Labrador for a 2-province holiday. So one of the things that makes Atlantic Canada so special is our spectacular coastline. We have over 43,000 kilometers of seacoast to explore. Pictured here is Prince Edward Island, which has 3 scenic coastal drives, and it's a perfect way to explore the island off the beaten path. See some of the more than 45 harbors scattered throughout the pretty coastline. You can visit colorful fishing villages, lighthouses, and antique shops. Stop for lunch at one of the many restaurants serving the freshest of island cuisine. All the while, enjoy island scenery of sandstone cliffs, beaches, and rolling countryside. New Brunswick and Nova Scotia share the Bay of Fundy, which of course is home to the highest tides in the world at over 50 feet. Twice a day, over 160 billion tons of seawater flow in and out of the bay with every tide cycle. At Hopewell Rocks in New Brunswick, you can walk on the ocean floor at low tide and kayak up to 50 feet higher at the same spot just 6 hours later. This is approximately the height of a 4-story building, and it's an unforgettable experience. The bay is also a lush feeding ground for a variety of whales, including humpbacks, minke, pilot, fin, and the endangered North Atlantic right whale, of which there are only 350 remaining on the planet. On the Nova Scotia side of the bay, visitors can experience the power of the tides by meeting and riding the Boar in a Zodiac boat. Fun doesn't even begin to describe this experience. Newfoundland and Labrador has a rugged coastline and a long seafaring history. The province is really famous for iceberg viewing. Iceberg Alley is an area stretching from the coast of Labrador to the northeast coast of Newfoundland. May, June, and early July are the best months for iceberg viewing. These 10,000-year-old mountains of ice range in color from snow white to beautiful aquamarine. The best ways to watch icebergs are by boat tour, kayak, and from land. After the excitement, indulge in iceberg water, vodka, rum, gin, and even iceberg beer. In fact, I wrote here on the screen, there's a great website called icebergfinder.com, which tracks the locations and size of icebergs at any given time, making the chase a little easier. Up next, I'm going to show a video of the New Brunswick side of the Bay of Fundy, so you can see some of the great scenery available there. Oh, that's so pretty. So as previously mentioned, there's some fantastic whale watching opportunities throughout Atlantic Canada. The whale season off the coast of Newfoundland and Labrador is between June and early August. And I'd just like to mention that Newfoundland and Labrador actually features the world's largest population of humpback whales. And in the Bay of Fundy between New Brunswick and Nova Scotia, the best time for whale watching is from July to September. Off of Cape Breton Island in Nova Scotia, anytime between May and October is ideal. And many varieties of whales call Atlantic Canada home, including humpbacks, minke, pilot, orca, fin, the rare white right whale, as well as other sea mammals, including porpoises, dolphins, and seals. Throughout the region, there are several options available for whale watching, including Zodiac boats, tall ships, catamarans, yachts, converted fishing boats, and even sometimes by land. In addition to whales, visitors can spot puffins and millions of other seabirds, moose, black and brown bears, and even polar bears in Newfoundland and Labrador only, deer, caribou, and more, all in their natural habitat. All 4 provinces offer quality wildlife viewing excursions, ideal for nature lovers and photographers alike. Moving on, some of the tastiest seafood in the world comes from Atlantic Canada. The freshest oysters, mussels, scallops, clams, crab, halibut, and salmon make Atlantic Canada a haven for seafood lovers. Restaurants offer a wide range of culinary experiences, from roadside stands serving simple fish and chips, to fine dining restaurants where the menu changes daily to reflect the day's best offerings from both land and sea. For many people, lobster is the king of the sea, and there are more than a few ways to enjoy it. In Prince Edward Island, traditional lobster suppers are served in restaurants all over the island with all the trimmings, including fresh baked bread, salads, all-you-can-eat mussels, and homemade pies. Or visitors can literally catch and cook their own lobster on the sea by taking a hands-on excursion guided by a local fisherman. In July every year, Shediac, New Brunswick celebrates the annual Lobster Festival. Visitors to this beautiful seaside town, which is known as the lobster capital of the world, visit for 5 full days of fantastic seafood and fabulous entertainment. Here in Shediac, you can learn about the lobstering industry, how to catch and prepare your own lobster, and enjoy a full lobster supper on the scenic Shediac Bay by taking a hands-on excursion guided by a local fisherman. While in Shediac, guests can have their picture taken with the world's largest lobster statue. In Nova Scotia, visitors are encouraged to explore the province through Taste of Nova Scotia's Adventures in Taste and many culinary tourism experiences, such as the Chowder Trail. Also in Nova Scotia, you can take a winery tour at one of over 20 provincial wineries and sample award-winning local vintages, including Tidal Bay, which is Nova Scotia's signature wine collection. And here's a video showcasing some of the beautiful outdoor adventures available throughout Nova Scotia. So very beautiful. Throughout Atlantic Canada, there are many festivals that take place throughout the season, and Atlantic Canadians really know how to throw a party. In St. John's, Newfoundland and Labrador's vibrant capital city, visitors can mingle with the locals whose love of a good time is very legendary. George Street features only bars and pubs where you'll find all types of music to listen to: Celtic, blues, country, dance, and rock. In October, enjoy the stunning autumn scenery at the Celtic Colours International Music Festival on Cape Breton Island in Nova Scotia. Over the years, artists have traveled from around the world to join the finest of Cape Breton's musicians, singers, dancers, and storytellers for this annual celebration. The award-winning Harvest Jazz and Blues Festival in Fredericton, New Brunswick will celebrate its 31st year in 2021 with over 250 shows by top performers from the region, Canada, and around the world. Whether it's jazz, blues, blues rock, Cajun, or world music, you will find it on a Harvest stage. Also in New Brunswick, experience the French-Acadian Love of Life, or Joie de Vie, at the Acadian Festival in Caracat, which takes place during the first 2 weeks of August. Prince Edward Island is known as Canada's Food Island, and in September, don't miss the International Shellfish Festival and more than 100 culinary events at the month-long annual Fall Flavors Festival. For travelers who like to include urban experiences in their travels, Halifax is the capital city of Nova Scotia, and it's also Atlantic Canada's largest city, with a population of just under 400,000. The Harbourfront Boardwalk, which is featured here, follows 10 city blocks, past historic sites, specialty shops, restaurants, and pubs, and is also home to many festivals and events. Pier 21 is home to Canada's Museum of Immigration. Here you can learn the stories of more than 1 million immigrants to Canada, refugees, war brides, and evacuee children who arrived in Canada through Halifax at Pier 21. You can also dive into the seafaring heritage and learn of Halifax's connection to the Titanic story at the Maritime Museum of the Atlantic. which is pictured here. Halifax also offers fantastic shopping, a vibrant dining scene, and gorgeous public gardens to explore. For outdoor lovers, Atlantic Canada has the perfect adventure for every comfort level. There are many places to tackle a challenging hike, including the Fundy National Park in New Brunswick, which is pictured here, this beautiful Skyline Trail on Cape Breton Island in Nova Scotia, and here pictured is Grossmoor National Park, which is a UNESCO World Heritage Site in Newfoundland and Labrador. All three of these areas offer several options ranging from a leisurely stroll to a very serious hike. And the Confederation Trail in Prince Edward Island runs tip to tip and is ideal for walking or cycling. Golf enthusiasts will recognize Prince Edward Island as Canada's #1 golf destination. The island is home to over 30 golf courses, including some of the top-rated courses in North America. On Cape Breton Island, Cabot Cliffs Golf Course and Cabot Links are both creating a great deal of excitement in the golfing world, with Cabot Cliffs debuting at number 19 on Golf Digest's list of world's 100 greatest golf courses. And you can see the scenery is unbelievable. There are a total of 8 national parks in Atlantic Canada where visitors can enjoy the natural beauty of the region and participate in sea kayaking, canoeing, paddleboarding, yoga on the beach, warm water swimming, and much more. And here's a video featuring some of the beautiful national parks and beaches of Prince Edward Island. Gorgeous. And finally, for any visitors who are interested in camping, you'll discover many options in the provincial and national parks throughout Atlantic Canada. For anyone traveling later in the season, I had mentioned earlier, late September and into October, the temperature is still really comfortable for exploring, and there's the added bonus of the fantastic autumn colors. The fiery reds and stunning yellows and golds rival those found in New England, but without the crowds. Also exciting, stargazing is becoming an increasingly popular activity, especially for visitors from big cities. And there's no better place than Atlantic Canada, which actually has 4 dark sky preserves. In New Brunswick, the Fundy National Park offers one of the most amazing astronomy experiences in Canada. Also in New Brunswick, along the Acadian coast, is Koochibouguac National Park. Newfoundland Labrador has a dark sky preserve at Terra Nova National Park. And although not pictured here, Kejimkujik National Park is just 2 hours from Halifax, Nova Scotia, also a dark sky preserve. So at all 4 of these preserves, visitors can learn about the stars, the moon, galaxies, and constellations during special programming and events throughout the visitor season. So this concludes today's presentation. I hope you are inspired to add our special part of Canada to your travel bucket list, and we really look forward to welcoming you in Atlantic Canada as soon as possible. Thank you very much for your time.
Scotland for Silver Sea cruises. So today I'm going to introduce you to Silver Sea and more importantly talk to you about voyages to Alaska. I really believe nobody does Alaska like Silver Sea, with the small ships that can creep right along the coastline and you can get up really close to the nature and the wildlife. Choose your time and you can see the salmon running, you can see the bears at the side of the water scooping the salmon out, and on the other side of the ship you can see the whales waiting to catch the salmon as well. So what sets Silver Sea apart? First of all, our small ships, the fact that we can get right into these small ports and we can go to different places. So the itineraries can be very different. And our largest ship would hold 600 guests compared to normal premium lines, which would hold double what we have. We have 1-to-1 nearly guest to crew ratio, and our suites start at 376 square feet. And we visit over 900 destinations every year. For Alaska, we offer 2 styles of cruising. So first of all, you've got your expedition cruising, and that's for those of you that like soft adventure. And we get really up and close to nature. It would be different because with expedition cruising, it's all about what you learn. The fact you get off the ship with an expedition leader who's an expert in the field that they're discussing, and you get off in zodiacs quite often, and just these really remote places that we can go to. And as well as that, we have classic cruising that you would know, and the classic cruising would be to all over the world. So, you know, the Mediterranean, the Caribbean, Asia, Australia, New Zealand, and of course, Alaska. So for Alaska, we've got 30 departures in 2022 and 25 destinations to offer you. So first of all, I want to walk you just quickly around the ship and show you some of the highlights. So first of all, we're all suite accommodation. So every suite, no matter what category, has a butler, and they have the separate lounge area in all suites as well. Now, the picture I'm showing you is called a veranda suite, and we would lead in with what's called a vista suite. So it would be laid out exactly the same, but the difference is you've got a picture window. You have a fridge there that's stocked twice a day, your ice bucket's filled, your lemons are sliced, and you'll find all your mixers in the fridge. And then your butler comes along and says, what would you like to drink? And that's all litre spirits, it's all your Bombay Sapphire, your Grey Goose vodka, bottles of wine, bottles of champagne, anything you want at all. The butler will leave it there for you. So if you want to make your own gin and tonic and sit on the balcony as we sail out of Vancouver, then you are most welcome to do that. Every suite has a dressing room, so you've got lots of space to hang your clothes, wardrobe, safe, umbrella, fluffy dressing gown, slippers, and then the most beautiful bathrooms, large bathrooms with a full-size bathtub, rainforest shower, and also you've got this beautiful Italian marble, and easily 2 of you can fit in there while one of you's doing the hair, makeup, one's washing your teeth, because you know everybody wants to go in the bathroom at the same time. But lots and lots of space in the suite. Now, I know when we all cruise, it is all about the dining options. So when you look at the big ships, which have up to 600 guests on board, and we have up to 10 dining options. And on the smaller ships, we have 4 dining options. So first of all, the grill. So the grill is my favorite. I always talk about this first. And you sit outside, it's casual dining. And the waiter brings this hot rock, and then you choose your cut of meat or fish that you want to cook, and then bring all your chips, your potatoes, your sauces, your salads, all of that type of thing. But it really is lovely, and it's dinner al fresco. Choose your night, and there could be a guy playing the piano, a lady singing, people dance, the stars are out. Oh, it can be absolutely gorgeous. I've been even up to Hot Rocks on a very, very cold, snowy night, wrapped in anorak, but I absolutely love the grill. La Terrazza is our signature restaurant, so you can go to La Terrazza on all of the ships. And it's all really Italian homemade pasta, sauces, you've got your meats, and oh my gosh, are the desserts something to die for. La Dame is our French restaurant, so you can go into La Dame. Now you pay a supplement to dine in La Dame, and that's $60, but all your champagne and your food is paired with your wines and everything that you eat. Atlantide would be on our bigger ships, and that really is, again, just a lovely restaurant. So you walk in, there's a lovely bar area, so if you want a glass of champagne before dinner, and then they'll take you to your table. You can sit for two, you can sit with 6 people, you can join an open table, or if you've been into the bar and you've met people and you all want to have dinner together, you can absolutely do that as well. You know, it really is lovely. When it's a formal night, which on a 7-night cruise, we would sometimes have one formal night, that's where you see the captain and all the officers all dressed up. Another one worth mentioning is Silver Note. So in Silver Note, it's a different option than going to the show every evening. So instead of going to the show, you could go to Silver Note. It's a jazz bar, but you can eat in there as well. Or what I do quite often is instead of going to the show, I'll go up and listen to jazz after dinner. So that's lovely to do. And the food in there, the menus are very, very different. And in Dashin, that would be our Asian fusion restaurant. So a bit of curry, Indian, Chinese, Malaysian, even Japanese. So it really is nice to go to as well. So lots of choices for you. So if you do a 7-night cruise, you've got more restaurants than you can actually get round to. So nice choice for you. And then I thought we all need a cheer up, don't we? And doesn't a pool deck always cheer you up? Well, the pool deck is a lovely size. You've got lots of space. On one side, you've got the pool bar. It's a full waiter service round to your sun lounges or where you're sitting. All your cocktails, all your wines, all your champagnes, your gin and tonic, anything you want, teas and coffees, ice water, it's all included, milkshakes, whatever you want. And then on the other side, we have a grill. You can't really see these in the picture because they're behind the picture, but there's a grill, so you can go and have, you know, something like grilled fish, a hamburger, Caesar salad, a hot dog. Sometimes they have a little like buffet service there as well. So it really is nice. And, you know, certainly if you've got a sea day to sit there and just literally get off your sun lounge and have some lunch, it really is nice. And lunch al fresco, as they say. Now, there's no nudging your husband at 8 o'clock telling him to go and put the sun lounger out and put your towel out. If you even walk down at, say, late in the afternoon, say after 12, 1 o'clock, that type of time, you can always get a sun lounger, so you've no need to worry about that. So lots and lots of space, and the sun loungers go right to the back of the ship where there's another hot tub, and also on the top. What's really lovely is the cabana beds. You can't see them in the picture, but they're really nice to sit in the cabana beds if you like shade as well. So all busy round the pool bar, and normally about 12 o'clock you see people congregate there, and you can have a good old chat with people as well. Now, just because I said to you it's small ships, we do have all the big ship activities. So Dolce Vita at the bottom on the left is the main bar. That's open really till the last person's gone to bed. The middle is the opera, and that's our show lounge. So there's a show on each evening. It's normally about 9:15. And what we quite often do is if we're in port, we bring in somebody local as well. So when I was up in Aberdeen, we had the pipes and drums came on. When I was actually in Dublin, we got cast from Riverdance that came on. When I've been in the Caribbean, we've had steel bands on. They were up on the pool deck. So there is something very different each evening. And because I say we're small ships, there is still a lot of activities and entertainment going on, but it's different things all around the ship, and you follow your newsletter so you can be guided as to what's happening. So there's anything from Italian lessons, French lessons, fashion shows, jewelry talks, guest lectures, which they do really, really well. And, you know, when you're learning about the history and all about, you know, the area that we're in. Panorama Lounge, bottom right of the picture. Panorama Lounge is really nice venue in the evening, but you can go there all day. About 5 o'clock, they do team trivia there. That's very competitive. Everybody talks about team trivia. There's a gorgeous terrace. You can just see through the glass. You go through the doors there, lovely terrace, really nice in the evening. before dinner they have a quartet playing there, and then much later on a DJ comes on. Now I love after dinner as well going and sitting outside on the terrace and listening to the DJ, so it really is a nice place to sit. And then you've got the spa, so you've got all your treatments. Now you pay for your treatments. I know I'm saying everything is included, but if you had your hair blown or your nails done or a massage, you would pay for that. There's a gym, full-size equipped gym. They do yoga classes, stretch classes, aerobics class, and that is all included as well. So nothing really can describe Alaska and its impossible beauty. So you've got to get really up and close to it. So you can experience Alaska's rugged beauty across places that only our small luxury ships can reach. So it's a region that's rich with history and cultural diversity. So there's a wide variety and an abundance of wildlife that you can see, from orcas, the whales, the bears, the deers, the caribou, wolves, moose, and so very many more. So we go to these remote, untouched, beautiful areas, ports, spectacular landscapes, and you can go from rivers, the lakes, the vast forest, to the deep fjords and these gigantic glaciers that you can see. So just put some of the highlights that you would see in Alaska, and I thought I'd just mention a few things. So points of interest for you, in other words, 3,000 rivers, 3 million lakes in Alaska. And an interesting one, the summer temperature goes from 7 degrees to 21 degrees. So bring your jumpers, bring your coats, but also bring your t-shirts. So the weather can change. And apparently when you get with our ships, you get really close to the glaciers and you can feel the cold coming off them. 70% of the North American brown bears are found in Alaska. And another interesting one, 2 people are in Alaska per square mile. So you can see the vast countryside. So, with our small ultra luxury ships, it comes into play how important the smaller ships are more than ever in this particular region. With Silver Sea, your shore excursions are included. So when you choose a trip to go off the ship, then that would be included in the cost. And we've got over 30 different departures for summer 22, 25 destinations, and we've got 3 ships there. So Silver Muse and Silver Shadow would be a more classic experience, where Silver Wind would be expedition, and it's a brand new expedition. I'm going to show you a little bit about that in a few minutes. So I wanted to show you, so these are the ships first of all. So Silver Muse, Silver Shadow, and Silver Wind, the expedition ship. So I wanted to show you a sort of a sample 7-night voyage that we do. And we do many voyages that go from Vancouver to Seward and then Seward back to Vancouver. So first of all, Vancouver, gosh, what a wonderful place to visit. And I'm lucky enough to have been here 2 or 3 times. So you're boasting mountains, you've got sea, culture, art, and so very much more. And Vancouver really is surrounded by staggering beauty. Even downtown, when you go shopping, there's a real hint of the mountain freshness in the air. You can visit Vancouver's art galleries. You can go out to the Lookout Tower with this ultimate 360-degree view of the city, or you could visit Canada's biggest Chinatown. Right in the city as well, they have Stanley Park, and that brings the wild wonders, the nature beauty right into the city. So Vancouver's very cosmopolitan, and it has so very much to offer. Then we cruise the Inside Passage, and as you cruise alongside, on both sides of the ship, you've got vast forests, and it really is the wildlife that you can see as you cruise along. So it really is a good place where you can see the brown bears, and also as we're sailing along, you can see the orcas swimming alongside the ship. Ketchikan. So this sits at the southern gateway to the Inside Passage, and it's the salmon capital of the world. It really is a thrilling introduction to the wild and wonderful Alaska. You've got the largest collections of totem poles, so you can see those rising up. And then we move on to Juneau. So Juneau is one of the largest towns in the world for space. So lots and lots of space there. And it really is all about the breathtaking glaciers that cut deep into the mountain. And you can only really get there by plane or by ship. Onto Skagway, and you've got this place is really heaped in history, and it is a firm favourite for guests when they visit here. The gold rush was a boom in 1898, and it's where Alaska's largest town. It's very old-fashioned, and full of like the saloons that you used to see in the Wild West. So it really is a really interesting place to visit. I already did, Junior, didn't I? I spoke to you all about that. And then finally, Hubbard Glacier. So this is the largest glacier in North America, with a front that's more than 6 miles wide. As we cruise, we sail right up to the spectacular glaciers, and you can hear the ice cracking because we get really that close. You can see the water dripping, and you can hear these big cracking ice as we sail past. And as I said to you, it really is like a fridge when you stood there, so you need your big thick coat. And then you disembark the ship in Seward, and this is your gateway for Anchorage. And this is where you see glaciers and whales as you're cruising through the inky waters coming into Seward. And it's totally submerged with colossal landscape and trees. And as I say, the gateway then to Anchorage. So we offer lots of land programs as well, and I know with Barhead Travel they can offer you some packages as well with things like Rocky Mountaineer that you can do. So there's lots of things that you can add onto the beginning or to the end of your voyage. This is Danielle, so this is one of the ideas that you can go and visit the summit of North America. And then I just wanted to show you can also combine these two cruises and make them into a 21-night cruise. So you've got Tokyo to Seward on Silver Muse. So Silver Muse, one of our largest ships. And you know what, fantastic, amazing places, real iconic places. And then you can attach when you get to Seward then with that Seward Vancouver voyage that I have just talked to you about. So you get to some really world-class destinations and put them together. And you've also got the Russian Far East there as well. This is one of our total expedition cruises. So this is an 18-night voyage that does North Alaska, Nome, the Russian Far East, and it goes to these really difficult places that you can't pronounce and never really imagine going to see. So it really is the remote area of the world. It's brown bear country for sure, and it really is barren wilderness. You've also got Alaska coming into there as well. So, and you go back into the inside passage. So it really is a great itinerary. And if you love marine biology, education, you want to learn all about the area, this is something quite different to mix the Russian Far East with an Alaska voyage. So that covers our itineraries. We have got lots of different itineraries. They run from May until September. So lots of different voyages. And as I say, lots of the 7-night itineraries, or you can add on to them as well. So thank you very much for listening to me. I hope you've enjoyed listening to the world of Silver Sea. And I am always available for any questions. So thank you very much indeed.
bells chime out today. In a major key, it's a cool walk outside. I listen to the sound of my step, headed out of here. But you pulled us back one by one. So I hope to find the space you left behind. There was a meaning there, but now just favorite songs and something you once wrote on a page you left behind. I can do anything, but you blocked my way. With your love, yeah, it's around. Why So I hope to find some major plans of mine. The bells chime out of key, and they made it sound so lonely. So I'm out of here to a time zone far away where I can do anything, but you blocked my way. It's your love, yeah, it's around. Why now? Yeah, it's
Hello and welcome to my presentation on touring with Cosmos and Globus, affordable ventures with a touring style for everyone. Who are Cosmos? We are a family trusted brand part of the travel industry since 1961, offering affordable, flexible and sociable way to experience the world's greatest wow moments through carefully escorted touring. We are part of the Globus family of brands, worldwide group of companies. Founded in 1928, 90 years ago. We remain a family-owned and run independent company. We have been selling tours, Cosmos, to the UK for nearly 60 years, with a product range including escorted tours and theme tours. Explore the world with Cosmos and Globus. With Cosmos, you truly are spoilt for choice. As North America and Canada specialists, we have more touring holidays to these destinations than any other operator. Cosmos offer over 400 holidays to over 80 worldwide destinations. From Alaska to Australia and almost every place in between, our expertly planned, easy to afford and even easier to enjoy holidays turn "wish I could" into "glad I did." Go ahead, open the door when adventure knocks. Why choose an escorted tour? One would be hassle-free travel. Hand over the responsibility along with your cases. Sit back and relax. Tour inclusions vary to suit the itineraries, and we aim to take the stress out of organising your own holiday by anticipating any additional costs. Transfers, tour guides, some meals, along with sightseeing and entrance fees to attractions are included. Those authentic experiences. Escorted tours offer the opportunity to discover the world. Experience a true adventure and return home with tales of iconic sights and treasured moments. Also travelling with like-minded people. Discover the destination's most famous attractions with like-minded people. And enjoy the taste of the local culture along the way. Relax and enjoy the sights while safe in the knowledge that our expert guides are on hand to look after you from start to finish. The best tour directors. We go to incredible lengths to find the most professional tour directors and local guides to give you the richest experience possible. But don't just take our word for it. 96% of our customers rate them either good or excellent. Travel with confidence. While today's world has changed, what remains certain is our commitment to safety, comfort and peace of mind. Trust in togetherness. When you travel with Globus or Cosmos, you choose to explore the world in a select group of like-minded travellers. People who stick together from start to finish. Now more than ever, that's a great comfort. Small groups, big experiences. Cosmos and Globus make it easy to explore the world with calm and confidence in our small group discoveries. Available in many destinations with an average of 24 guests per departure. There's always room to roam the extra space in between you and other travellers, while still getting up close and to fascinating attractions and the stories that make the experiences feel personal and connected. Getting around safe and sound. Rest assured our state-of-the-art coaches have undergone thorough clean protocols between tours, and each day start with a freshly cleaned motor coach and touch-ups at each stop. Before you board, you will be given hand sanitizer, luggage disinfection and a hand-assigned seating to prevent spread of germs. Cosmos' Entrepreneur Assurance, touring safety protocols, a safe and warm welcome from your tour director, blending cultural proximity and social distancing, a focus on guests and team members' health, touching hearts, not hands, commitment to clean, and partners in discovery and in health. These are all our entrepreneur insurance to make sure that our guests feel safe throughout the whole tour. So now I'm just going to go over the difference between a Cosmos tour and a Globus tour. Cosmos. A Cosmos tour is ideal if you want to see it all. You can have a package deal with flights and transfers. We can also do tour only. The service of a tour director. Carefully chosen including and optional excursions. Accommodation, which is 3 and 4 star above. Conveniently located hotels. Selected meals, porterage, free Wi-Fi on coach and all airport taxis. Welcome to Globus, with 3 alternative touring styles, something for everyone. We have Globus, Globus Escapes and Choice Touring. So what's included with the Globus tour? Our first class range of tours include more of everything you love. weaving in VIP access to the must-see sites and authentic experiences, so you come away from your holiday having truly lived each place you visit. So all the benefits of a Cosmos tour, plus 4- and 5-star hotels in the heart of the destination, local favourites, more inclusions and immersive experiences, VIP access to all exhibits and attractions, perfectly planned itineraries with ample free time to explore independently, and more meals included each day. Globus Escapes. Think summer is the best season to travel and explore? Think again. Our off-season Escapes tour offer the chance to escape the crowds and experience the best of each destination, with more time and space to enjoy. All the benefits of a Globus tour, plus the benefits from cooler climates, fewer crowds, and better value for money in each destination. Introducing Choice Touring by Globus, a selection of curated experiences in key off-the-beaten-path destinations, so you can tailor your tour to your own interests and passions. The average Choice Touring itinerary features 3 your choice destinations with approximately 9 excursion options in total. Choice Touring is offering travellers 13 new itineraries in Europe and North America, with Canada being one of them. So I hope you'll join me over the next few slides as I go over the Cosmos and Globus tours that are available in Canada. Whether you join me on the Canadian Rockies or discover Alaska's inside passage from the water, or seek out bears and eagles in Banff and Jasper's National Park, or explore the unique cuisine and traditions of French Canada in Old Quebec and Montreal. As I go from east to west, please join me on the journey. Eastern Canada. Canada is a country that offers huge diversity as well as endless beauty. Known for their welcoming people, friendly cities and epic landscapes. It's a holiday destination you'll want to return to time and time again. There's a reason everyone loves Canadians, and you'll discover why when you visit. Looking closely at some of our Canadian tours. Get up close to the mighty Niagara Falls on our Ontario and the French capital tour. From $1039 per person for an 8-day tour. Highlights include Niagara Falls sightseeing cruise, Toronto, Thousand Islands National Park, Ottawa, Quebec City and Montreal. Or why not follow a local guide to unlock the secrets of Montreal on our historic cities of Eastern Canada, from $1664 per person for a 9-day Globus tour. And it doesn't just have to be about Canada. Why not mix it up with the US and all, and do our New York City, Niagara Falls and Washington DC tour, from $1299 per person for an 8-day tour. The highlights include New York City sightseeing guide, Niagara Falls sightseeing cruise, visit Philadelphia, and then on to Washington DC. Mad about Mounties? How about Eastern Canada by design? An 8-day escorted tour from $1511 per person. Discover Eastern Canada on a 7-day vacation from Toronto to Montreal. How you explore the French-Canadian treasures is up to you. Sailing on serene lakes and rivers, sipping on sparkling wines, standing in a field of lavender on a famous vineyard, or soaking in the Scandinavian spa. With complimentary your choice excursions, you choose when, where and how to say c'est bien. If Eastern Canada's not for you, why not try Western Canada? Laid-back vibes and eye-catching beauty, Western Canada is a diverse mix of everything that makes the country so well loved. From British Columbia wine country to the hustle and bustle of Vancouver, there's something for everyone in this part of the world. Why not immerse yourself in Banff National Park on our Heart of the Canadian Rockies tour from $1359 per person for a 10-day tour. The highlights of this tour include Calgary sightseeing, Banff National Park orientation tour, stay 2 nights inside Banff National Park, Lake Louise, Columbian Icefields, where you'll get to experience the Ice Explorer ride on the Columbian Icefields, Jasper National Park, stay 2 nights inside, and the Victoria sightseeing, and then on to Vancouver. And this is just one of the amazing excursions included in the Canadian Rockies tour. discover the prehistoric ice of Columbian ice fields. And now just a short video to show you the absolutely amazing scenery that can be seen throughout Canada. Or why not sample the heart of the Canadian Rockies with the Calgary Stampede? A 12-day tour from $1,889 per person. This amazing tour is extremely popular with all our guests. Our most popular and top-selling tour is Western Canada by rail. Take a special 2-day journey on the Rocky Mountaineer Silverleaf from $2,345 per person on a 9-day tour. The highlights of this tour are sightseeing in Calgary, Banff National Park, stay 2 nights inside the national park, visit the iconic and most beautiful Lake Louise, the Columbian ice fields, Jasper National Park, again stay 2 nights inside the national park, and then 2 days on the scenic rail journey on the Silverleaf. You can also upgrade to the Gold Leaf for a supplement. Vancouver sightseeing and Victoria sightseeing. This really is an amazing tour. Tour extensions. Here at Cosmos and Globus, we understand that sometimes you may want longer in a destination. So with this in mind, all tours can have pre and post night extensions added. Also, we offer Alaskan cruises with our partners Holland and America. These can be added to the below tours, which is Western Canada by rail, the Canadian Rockies via rail, Canadian Rockies, Heart of the Canadian Rockies, and Heart of the Canadian Rockies with Calgary Stampede. Solo travellers. Like your own space? Whether you're by yourself or travelling with a group and want your own room, we regularly offer a great reduction on single room supplements. Or our other option is Happy to Share. We're one of the few operators to offer a single share option. Share a twin with another traveller of the same gender to get a great deal on your holiday. No one else is up for it. You'll enjoy the room to yourself at no extra cost. At Cosmos, we realise that as a family you want to create these memories together. So with that in mind, we've just lowered our child age to 5. 2021 and beyond Peace of Mind travel plan. This plan gives you the ability to move your booking to another destination, holiday, brand or simply a different 2021 or 2022 departure in our vast portfolio. No questions asked, you just need to let us know before the final payment and we'll waive all land and cruise penalties to get you booked on your new holiday. So for the next week we have an exclusive discount with our travel partners Barhead Travel. Book an escorted tour with Barhead Travel and receive an extra £75 per person discount if booked between the 28th of March and the 5th of April. Thank you for taking the time out to listen about Cosmos and Globus escorted tours today.
Everyone, well, I really hope you've enjoyed your day and attending our Canada event. There's just been so much on offer, from our tourist board partners to our cruise partners, and you know, as we started off today, we spoke about Canada being such a great destination with so much opportunity, so vast with different experiences. So we really do hope you've been inspired. And if you're planning to travel to Canada, whether it's next year or the year after, please get in touch, contact your local Barrhead Travel branch, or visit our website, which is barrheadtravel.co.uk, where if you inquire, one of our team will get back to you. But thanks again for your time. We really hope you've enjoyed it, and can't wait to hear all your stories when you travel to Canada.
As one of the world's most exhilarating natural wonders, Alaska has so much to offer. Expansive landscapes, iconic wildlife, and intriguing native cultures. So when you book a Celebrity Cruises vacation to Alaska, be sure you experience the best of both land and sea. A Celebrity Cruise will take you to some of the most extraordinary stops along Alaska's Inside Passage. On your cruise, you'll experience updated luxury at every turn, while taking in the best of coastal Alaska. You'll see glaciers flowing into the sea, forests rising up from the shoreline, and bald eagles soaring gracefully overhead. And as breathtaking as the cruise along the southeastern coastline is, there's so much more of Alaska just waiting to be discovered.
At least once a tour, I turned to my group and I said, I'd like to welcome you all to my office. This is where I work, and I'm glad you're here with me and that I can share Alaska with you.
Travelers who want the best of Alaska, book a Celebrity Cruises cruise tour, which offers an exhilarating cruise and a multi-night, fully escorted land tour. On a celebrity cruise tour, the land portion of your adventure will immerse you in the unspoiled wilderness of Alaska's interior.
Driver and tour director will really be their concierge, their historian. They're going to be their friend. They're going to make sure that everything goes smoothly for those guests.
You'll experience the must-see destinations, as well as some local favorites your tour director will point out along the way. Destinations include Denali National Park, Seward, Fairbanks, Talkeetna, Girdwood, or Anchorage. Be amazed by North America's highest peak, Mount McKinley. Get stunning photos of caribou, rare birds, and Dall sheep. Go fishing in waters rich with salmon. Experience the famed midnight sun. And at every stop, you'll stay in authentic lodges and dine on the best local cuisine. Get the full Alaska experience with a coastline cruise, as well as travel deep into Alaska's rugged wilderness with a Celebrity Cruises cruise tour. Because Celebrity Cruises believes that every moment of your vacation should be measured by just how far it takes you from the ordinary. That's modern luxury. That's Celebrity Cruises.
So we're standing here in the village of Unga, an Aleut village, founded in 1833.
Oceanic plate going down. You get a trench formed, a downwalk, in the oceanic crust.
So where it's touching my hand, that's totally safe.
Oh, that's
this is the part with
amazing.
the stinging cells right here.
when it's time to travel again, safely take a trip somewhere outside your ordinary. A journey beyond your own backyard. Where people you've just met say, "It's nice to see you." And make you feel like you're in the nicest place with the nicest people. Where the sights are as beautiful as the faces around you. Where the wildlife can get pretty wild. It becomes more than you ever expected. You can just be you, and that's all you need to be. And when you say goodbye, it's like saying bye to family. That's when you know. It's more than traveling. It's Canada, where it's always nice to see you.
There's a little hope in the little plans. The bells chime out today in a major key. It's a cool walk outside. I listen to the sound of my step headed out of here, but you pulled us back one by one. So I hope to find the space you left behind. There was a meaning there, but now just favorite songs and something you once wrote on a page you left behind. I can do anything, but you blocked my way. With your love, yeah, it's around. Why So I hope to find some major plans of mine. The bells chime out of key, and they made it sound so lonely. So I'm out of here to a time zone far away where I can do anything, but you blocked my way. It's your love, yeah, it's around. Why now? Yeah, it's
You've enjoyed all that Vancouver has to offer. Now prepare to be transported to a world like no other. Of magnificent coastal mountains, vibrant canyons, daring whitewater rapids, and surreal desert landscapes. As you travel side by side with the Fraser River, Canada's largest salmon run, you'll begin to feel the enormity of our land. Then you're sweeping northbound, deciding whether to focus on the scenery or the world-class cuisine. Pyramid Falls astonish. A glacier-fed creek tumbling out of a hanging valley, then spectacularly dropping 300 feet to join the Thompson River below. This is glacier country too, so enjoy nature's majestic wonders at your own leisurely pace. And then, the pinnacle. At 3,954 meters, Mount Robson is the highest peak in the Canadian Rockies and is fondly known by mountain climbers as the Great White Fright. At Moose Lake, maybe you'll catch sight of an actual moose, or a wolf, bighorn sheep, or a grizzly bear. In 1911, when the Grand Trunk Pacific Railway reached mile 112, a community was born. Now it's your turn to explore charming Jasper. A journey through the clouds. Conquer the highest peaks in the Canadian Rockies and confirm what you've always known. It's anything but lonely at the top.
Whistler is better known as a winter skiing destination, but there's lots to do here in the warmer months as well. So I'm going to spend the next 48 hours finding out how much I can fit in.
Before arriving, I was having trouble imagining what Whistler would look like without the snow, but it's incredible how green and lush everything is here.
To get a sense of how large and how beautiful these mountains are, I'm going to go and get a bird's eye view. Hopefully there'll be a chance to land somewhere as well.
How cool is this helicopter? Just look at those views.
We've managed to land on Rainbow Mountain. With all the different ridges to walk up and the rocks to climb over, you get different views everywhere. They're all incredible. The best way to learn about any wilderness is with an expert local guide. What are your favourite spots up here on the mountains?
I really love a couple of the ridges that you can get on up toward the summits. You can also get a shuttle with the helicopter with your mountain bike and shred the trails and the descents.
Okay, I'm not brave enough to do any of the downhill mountain biking trails, but this gentle trail to Lost Lake just out of the village is absolutely beautiful. It doesn't get any better than this.
One of the places you can cycle to is here, Lost Lake. It's not far from Whistler Village, and once you get here, you can go for a swim, or you can even do some fishing. The lake is full of trout.
Speaking of trout, local ingredients are key to some of Whistler's fantastic cuisine. A great example is the Barefoot Bistro, a pretty unique place to eat.
Wow, Melissa, this looks amazing. What is this?
Well, I'll give it a try. It's a chilled watercress soup, some BC spot prawns, everything local.
Oh, that's really good.
But what I really like about this place is the 20,000 bottle cellar and the minus 29 degree vodka tasting room. I've always got time for vodka.
When I think Canada, I think bears, and I am not going to leave until I find one. Kathy, what kind of bears are up here? How many are there?
We're just looking for what's called the American black bear. That's the species that lives here. And there's about 30 to 50 between Whistler and Blackcomb Mountains.
It isn't long before we run into an old male they call Slumber. I can't believe how close you can get to them, just out in the wild too. Now for the big adrenaline finish, ziplining across the treetops.
So this is the first line of the Eagle Tour. So as you're going along, you're going to be going nearly 70 kilometers per hour.
Awesome, what a ride. Oh, in fact, the last 2 days in Whistler have been such a thrill, and I reckon I've only just touched the tip of the iceberg, or in this case, the mountains.
They say that curiosity killed the cat, but in this city, it's what brought it to life. Over here, curiosity is rewarded with a wake-up call to your senses. This is Toronto. And if you're looking for a ride, buckle up, because this city is best experienced on hyperdrive. See who you meet, that guy, that girl, that teen. There's lots of places to go in this world, but if you follow your curiosity here, you'll discover something about your amazing self. And isn't that what we're all looking for in the end?
When you journey to the northernmost point of the United States, you'll discover a wild terrain and rugged beauty unlike anywhere else on Earth. Welcome to Alaska, the last frontier. Alaska is home to 3 million lakes, thousands of rivers, and acres of evergreen forest that span as far as the eye can see. Breathtaking views, dramatic glaciers, and unforgettable attractions await you when you sail with Celebrity Cruises. Celebrity offers 5 to 13-night journeys, departing from Seattle, Washington, Vancouver, British Columbia, and Seward, Alaska. Come along with us as we take you on a journey through Alaska. Every Celebrity sailing includes views of Alaska's most impressive sights, its glaciers. Admire these towering icy structures from the comfort of your private veranda or from one of the ship's outdoor spaces. More than 600 named glaciers line the pristine Alaskan waters, creating a scenic experience unlike any other. Snowfall accumulates over thousands of years, gathering faster than it can melt and reaching anywhere from 100 square meters to hundreds of miles across. Lucky travelers will see icebergs, expansive ice cliffs, and stunning events like calving, where huge chunks of ice crash into the sea from the edges of the glacier. There are no shortage of ways to experience glaciers in Alaska. Take to the skies for spectacular views from a helicopter. When you land at the top of a glacier, you'll slip on a pair of crampons over your shoes and walk through an icy wonderland. At the Mushers Camp, you can take a dog sledding adventure with Alaskan Huskies on a once-in-a-lifetime ride.
Here we go, guys. Here we go.
Venture to Mendenhall Glacier, which is part of Tongass National Forest, the largest protected forest in the United States. Glide down the river in a canoe to the base of this massive glacier, or hike through the tall trees and spot bears along the way. 98% of brown bears in the United States are found in Alaska, along with black bears and polar bears. Over 30,000 mighty bald eagles also call Alaska their home. Marine animals are also stars of the show on an Alaska cruise. Keep your eyes peeled for seals, sea otters, and whales. As you cruise, an onboard naturalist will guide your experience and help you spot marine life in the surrounding waters. Alaska draws in millions of visitors each year for more than its wildlife and natural wonders. America's 49th state possesses a rich tapestry of history. Our Alaska cruises sail through many historic port cities where you'll see totems created hundreds of years ago by native groups and learn the stories they tell. You can sail through Alaska's Inside Passage, a coastal waterway filled with impressive fjords, untouched wilderness, and lush greenery. Breathe in the crisp Alaskan air and spot local wildlife right from one of our Celebrity cruise ships. Cruise through Endicott Arm past surging waterfalls, granite mountains, and breathtaking valleys. You'll arrive at Dawes Glacier, a staggering structure standing over 600 feet tall. Hubbard Glacier is the largest tidewater glacier in North America. It is 7 miles long and as tall as a 30-story skyscraper. Watch as colossal chunks of ice crash into the water as the glacier calves. Surround yourself in the rugged beauty of icy Strait Point. In the small village of Hoonah, Approximately 1,350 Alaska Natives, mostly belonging to the Tlingit tribe, inhabit the area and provide a glimpse of indigenous Alaskan life. From here you can adventure by land on exciting excursions or spot humpback whales from the shore. Juneau, the capital city of Alaska, has more hiking trails than roads, making it a paradise for people who love the outdoors. Fly on a seaplane and soar over 5 spectacular glaciers while listening to insider information from your headset. Ketchikan is known as the salmon capital of the world, making it the perfect place to try fresh catches on local menus. Head out to the Bering Sea for a king crab fishing excursion or take a boat ride through the fog in Misty Fjord. If you're feeling adventurous, go snorkeling with a cold water wetsuit and discover Alaska's sea life. Ketchikan also is home to the largest collection of Northwest totem poles on Earth. Sitka is the largest city in the U.S. by land area, making it an ideal town for nature enthusiasts. Skagway, a small town in southeast Alaska, is the perfect place to learn about the gold rush in 1896, where thousands of miners and hopeful travelers flocked to strike gold. Take the same train those miners once used to ascend into the mountains on the White Pass Scenic Railway and marvel at the tundra of Tormented Valley. Head on an adrenaline-filled zipline expedition where you'll glide up to 30 miles per hour through the Alaskan rainforest. Or leisurely float down the river in a kayak. Venture inland and explore even more of Alaska with Celebrity's 2 to 6 night cruise tours. Along the way, you'll stay in luxurious Alaskan lodges complete with breathtaking views. Choose from an array of exciting cruise tour itineraries to discover even more of Alaska. All of our cruise tours visit the vast Denali National Park, home to the tallest mountain in North America. Stay overnight in a lodge in or near the park and experience millions of acres of wild terrain. See expansive forests, frozen tundra, towering mountain peaks and wildlife, including grizzly bears, moose, reindeer, and more. In Denali, hop on an exhilarating ATV ride, twisting and turning through the wild terrain. Feel the cool breeze as the trail opens up to breathtaking mountain views. An Alaska cruise tour to Talkeetna promises panoramic views of Denali National Park from the charming town itself. Get your adrenaline pumping with a thrilling whitewater rafting excursion down the rapids of the river. Venture to Alaska's Big Apple, Anchorage, surrounded by the scenic Chugach Mountains. Discover rich indigenous history at the Anchorage, Alaska Native Heritage Center and take a ride through the forest with a team of dogs. A short distance away, you can ride the gondola up to the top of the 2,300-foot summit of Mount Alyeska, or venture further north and mine for gold in Fairbanks. Watch the world go by from a glass-domed train on the comfortable Wilderness Express. No matter which tour you choose, you will truly experience an adventurer's dream. Majestic fjords and glaciers, rainforest hikes and thrilling zip lines, animal sightings and fishermen's tours. These are just a handful of reasons why you should place a cruise to Alaska at the top of your bucket list. Cruise season in Alaska runs from May to September, when the region has the greatest amount of sun and the warmest temperatures. Start planning today and cruise with Celebrity, winner of the 2019 Best Cruise Line to Alaska from Travel Age West Magazine. To book your unforgettable getaway, visit celebritycruises.com, talk to your travel agent, or call us at 1-800-CELEBRITY. Visit our Alaska cruise itineraries and shore excursions in the links below, And don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel for even more cruise inspiration.
I'm in Quebec, a French-speaking province on the east coast of Canada. It's not just the language which has come from France though, it's also the food and the architecture, and I'm going to see how much of it I can experience in the next 48 hours.
Quebec City is the capital of the province, and it's completely different to what I expected in Canada. Wandering through the old town makes me feel a bit like I'm in Europe. In keeping with the history, I've found this cool place to stay. It's a monastery that's been converted to a hotel. I'm loving the minimalist rooms, just the way the sisters would have kept them. The city is also gorgeous by night. It's so nice with the views from the St. Lawrence River ferry. Day 2 and just 10 minutes out of the city, and I'm in the countryside where there's a load of small farms and producers. I'd say this is a great way to get a real taste of the place. Catherine makes award-winning blackcurrant liqueur and wine.
We won several medals all around the world for the quality of our blackcurrant liqueur.
What do people say when they come here and try this?
They can't say anything, they just it's so good.
Here at the St. Germain Hotel, it's all about farm to table.
We pick like zucchini, tomatoes, leeks, just like a very simple plate to taste the garden and the work of the gardener.
I'm lucky enough to get a cooking lesson with local chef Sylvain, who's making a really delicious meal with pretty simple ingredients.
Thanks so much for giving me a taste of Quebec, I love it.
No problem.
And what's a trip to the French-speaking area without some French cheese? Maurice Dufour is one of the area's original cheese and winemakers. What a combination. It's like he read my mind.
That one is called Le Migneron. That one is 100% cow milk. And that one won Best Cheese in Canada a few years ago.
From farm to table, countryside to city, there is so much to see, do and taste in Quebec. 48 hours is definitely not enough.
the door, I'm thirsty for more, for more, for more. But that's me.
Right now, distance is more important than ever. But remember, even though we are apart, we are still together. Nature shows us with her healing touch, there is no tide or tree or creature too small. We're all connected. We're all a part of something greater. So for now, we pause, stay in, and dream of later. Because the more we do today, the sooner we can return to British Columbia's natural wonder and share the beauty of this wild place, knowing that we took this pause for each other.
Let's not forget that magic is still out there. Things have slowed down. The beauty of the world has not. Dream now. Experience it later. From mountains to rivers to oceans. Nature is here, waiting for you. And when you are ready, we at Canadream will be ready for you. Travel safe with one of our motorhomes. For tomorrow belongs to the people who prepare for it today. Join us soon for an unforgettable experience.
From peak to forest, river to mountain town, this is BC's capital of outdoor adventure. Discover towns perched in nature, where adventure is a way of life, and local flavor is your reward. Explore further than you ever have before. It's all here in BC's wild backyard. So where will you go? What will you see? When you explore our mountain peaks and towns, plan now to explore BC this summer.
When I pause, listen, I hear it, the calling, a beacon to return to a place and myself. British Columbia. To be amongst the elements, the purest water and air. Fertile abundance, a natural richness that over time has quietly become the true currency of life. And this place is the kingdom of abundance. A land of giants. British Columbia forces you to rethink life's measures. What is big? What is power? What is important? Supreme nature. Supernatural. The thread that connects us all is undeniable in this place that the Aboriginal peoples have honored for millennia. Massive groves, standing giants fed by the climate and the circle of life. Altitude swings that take you from sea to sky, from rainforest to desert to snow-capped peaks. This is the place where wildlife thrives. All in the court of Her Majesty Mother Nature. She chose this place to erect her monuments. Masterpieces forever in the making. Constant and changing. A dichotomy that reflects our refined civilization and raw wilderness. It's the rush of standing on the edge of the world. The deafening quiet of a mystical morning. The exhilaration of British Columbia that reminds you of what it feels like to be alive. To find the wild within. Supernatural British Columbia.